7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to TMA. Show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you in the 7 o'clock hour. And the 7 o'clock hour is sponsored by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Come on in. The water is warm. I see coaches John and Dean Ellis are talking to Don Peepee. They're talking about ILL getting a win last night over number 20 Wisconsin. They're talking about your St. Louis Blues winning 6 of 8 possible points on the Western Canadian road trip by beating the Canucks in overtime. How do you do?
Well, I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine.
And they're talking about Jackson's dossier. It's all there, Martin.
Is it? I was looking to see the YouTube chat.
Well, there's no cameras on there, but we understand there's a delay. So, Doug, don't worry. There's a delay. See, it's just a little delay. Now we're on there.
All right.
10-4 is about to pop up.
That's correct.
With Josh Schertz walking out. That's about to be what you see.
Ooh, Martin, your camera's cutting off the top of your head.
It's so damn tight. Can you zoom out, Jackson? You're the cinephile. Can you give me a zoom out?
Doug, that was offensive.
Cut of the week.
Actually, probably a good tip.
And I'm still way too bright. My forehead is on fire.
I got to tell you, I really look hot. I'm excited about myself. I'm excited about myself.
Doug, be more like Tim and just accept it.
Thank you. Yeah,
Well, his lighting's okay.
Just put all 4 cameras on Tim.
Jackson, I'm looking up at where I usually look at the things I need to promote here on 101 ESPN. And it's a picture of, Doug, are those the islands? You see the islands in Monitor 2?
I do. It looks like a cool place.
Yeah, where is that, Jackson? Is that your favorite place, the Lake of the Ozarks?
Papagayos?
Could be. Well, I don't think they have that many sandy beaches at the
I think
Lake of the Ozarks.
that's Pigeon Forge.
All right, zoom in. Show me some meth. What is it?
I don't know. But I can't see.
That's all that's on the screen.
Hold on.
It's just a screen.
When Jackson does his next update for a Blues game, he'll turn and say, and the Blues next game.
Jackson, it's the Sharks tomorrow night.
How about that?
San
During
Jose.
the watch party.
Nice. How about that? He knew what city they played.
Dropping hockey knowledge right out of the gate.
That's a home game, right?
Yes.
I got to say, Jackson you're adding to your hockey lexicon. He mentioned Robert Thomas on the dossier, and he said picked up a couple of apples.
Oh, Doug, I bet you liked that.
Yeah.
And a Gino, the boot.
Oh, God. Did you have to look that up, or did you know that?
I learned it from you.
Oh, did you?
I learned it by watching you, Dad.
Okay, I don't need that.
Is this Tomer TMA bump real? Can it last? Forget the Monty bump.
I texted him yesterday, and he had 3 points in the game. Ooh. I don't know what you want,
I think the bump can last. They all say he's the best player on the team, and he just missed the first, 5, 6 weeks there he was out, or 4 or 5.
No, but I'm crediting us, Doug. Are you on board with that?
Well, I don't know about that.
Wow. Jeez, that's very disappointing.
Okay, all right, I'll change my stance. Yes, it's all about us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He had nothing before us. He was nothing.
Now you're starting to get the sportscasting industry. The Blues 5-1-1 since Jim Montgomery and Robert Thomas. Martin, you were listening to the Curbside podcast, too. We both were talking about it before the show, and he was talking about Robert Thomas as a possible Selke award candidate, as he had a hell of a game last night. But I think it was Dylan Take Your Shirt Off Holloway who gets the ¡1 star in a Jim Dandy in overtime as the Blues go up to British Columbia and shock the Canucks.
Okay, Vin.
Holloway puts it in, drives the net, shoots, he scores! Bring out the Zamboni! Dylan Holloway had a game tonight. He scores the game winner for the Blues. They skate to a 4-3 win in overtime in Vancouver, and they pick up 6 out of 8 points on a difficult West Coast trip.
How do you do? 6 out of 8 points against good teams.
This is the best team in the league, Tim.
Whoa!
This is the best team in hockey.
This is the best team in hockey?
Best team in hockey.
You're scheduling the parade down market for, was it June 16th?
Yeah, I think that would work. Would work for me. I don't see anybody playing any better than this bunch.
Nice.
That game had a little bit of everything. You had the 2-goal lead.
The most dangerous lead in hockey.
They gave that up. Of course,
they did.
And then the late goal, always more disheartening than others. And then they bounce back and win in overtime. I think the most encouraging thing, look at who's scoring. I mean, pretty consistently, too, with Thomas and Kyrou.
Yeah.
And now Bolduc, who was 3 weeks ago, wasn't doing anything.
But he got a Gino.
He got a Gino. And this Holloway's on fire right now. I think
Ever
the
since
question,
he yelled, "Take your shirt off,"
I think we need to bring
Bolduc.
Calvin out of retirement just for a Blues game. And when somebody gets the game-winning goal, he walks in and says, "Will you take your shirt off?" I think that's the
I
question.
think Calvin would be interested in an independent contractor arrangement.
If not, Butch Patrick could do it, perhaps, down there.
They
He's
would
got
throw
some
you
leisure
out,
time
right?
as well.
They'd throw you out of the locker
I don't
room
think
if you
they'd
said,
care, the
"Could you
Blues."
do
I
this
don't think
interview
they-
with your shirt off?"
Well, I think if that's the
Well,
question.
not that.
That's the
You just say,
different.
"Okay, good game tonight, guys. Who's going to take their shirt off?" And that determines
Right there.
who the
Can I
star
hear that
was.
again, Jackson? Is that available?
Take your shirt off.
Yeah, and that's the guy who won the game in overtime.
Yelling at Zach Bolduc at the time.
I remember Rams Media Day. Remember that? They were sensitive to never doing interviews with their shirts off.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I think it was a league thing.
It must have been. Yeah, because they would stop. They go, "Oh, God, I forgot my T-shirt."
When we win the cup, I hope Army gets to drink Oilers' tears out of the chalice. That's from Doug's prison wallet in the Air Comfort Service text line. Doug Armstrong will drink the tears of the Edmonton Oilers and their fans and Stan Bowman out of the chalice, Doug. And that is taking place June 16th. Is that right? And Brett Hull's
I
going to
believe
sing
that's when it's tentatively scheduled.
Gloria
for.
again. That'll be wonderful.
Well, how'd you like to be some team and have two of your brightest young stars snatched from you? That would hurt, and it could hurt them for years.
Thank God this happened. I mean, we'd be talking about the Blues because we're the Blues station, but it was sort of mundane. And then John Kelly yesterday said about Montgomery, without hesitation, there's a huge difference. Like, you can see it immediately just being around the team.
Unbelievable.
And we're not in the room. We're not on the plane. And it's noticeable. And John's, I'm not a player. He said, but you can just see it. Like, inserting Montgomery is maybe as simple as that sounds, has incredibly changed their fortune, right? I mean, this is a playoff caliber team that you saw on this trip through Canada, and nobody was saying that a month ago.
Oh, we said, boy, this is a bad team. This is not a very good team at all.
So I said they're 5-1-1 since Montgomery was hired. And keep in mind, of all of those games, the majority of them have been on the road. The wins have been against the Rangers, who went into a skid right before the Blues visited them at Madison Square Garden. So they are just a point back of a playoff spot. They beat the Devils, who are second in their division. And then through this Western Canadian road trip, you start with the Jets. They're sitting at 42 points. That's tied for the best in the game with the Minnesota Wild. They beat the Canucks, who currently have a wild card spot. And they beat the Flames, who were in the wild card spot before the Blues beat them. And they lost to the Edmonton Oilers, the defending Western Conference champions, and a team that's also in a playoff spot. Point being, they have been playing some top-of-the-line opposition, and they're 1 point against the Flyers. The Flyers are in the playoffs. They've been playing tough teams. Most of the games have been on the road. Most of the games have been one-goal games. They're 9-4-1 in one-goal games. And they continue to learn to play tight games and win them. And it's a hell of a credit. Even when they were falling behind against Edmonton, they bounced back to make that a 3-2 game before eventually losing. So not only can you tell the energy, but also you see it with the results. And I went to the game with my family a couple weeks ago when they were playing the Wild. I think it was Drew Bannister's second to last home game. And it was so boring in the building. The play was boring, and it's a totally different thing now. And, Doug, you called it a dead cat bounce?
Yes.
That leads to more Genos and apples for this Blue Note?
Exactly.
And then Army came in here and called it a dead cat bounce.
That's
It's
what
as
it
if
is.
he'd been
You were
listening.
validated, Doug.
Well, it's what it is. It's a stock market term.
Nice.
Stock market falls apart. The next day, it almost always goes up just a little bit.
What are Jackson's thoughts on Vancouver's black uniforms? I don't like them. That's from the 636. But Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson acknowledges is attractive, but Jackson says he's not attracted to, says, I love those Canucks throwbacks unis, by the way. That's Eric in the Central West End. So we're getting polarizing opinions on the Canucks sweaters last night, Jackson. What were your thoughts? And on the off chance you didn't see a lick of the game, it's up on monitor 3 in the studio, so you can give an
Were
opinion.
you watching Dame Time?
Great NBA Cup action last night. That's all I was watching.
The NBA
Oklahoma
Cup.
City is on a run.
I kind of like him.
So you are discovering this for the first time on the air.
Yeah, it's accurate. Doesn't change the fact that I like them. Yeah, I think.
And that's what they wore when they took on Mike Keenan's blue shirts in '94, Doug?
I don't remember what uniforms they were wearing in '94.
Nice show prep.
I know
ass.
that blue jersey they have with the green was really sharp.
My son has a Pedersen sweater. He loves the Canucks.
Just
I have
like
no idea why.
that blue.
Does he really?
Yeah, he does.
I thought you were doing material.
No,
Oh, he really does?
That'd be pretty lackluster material.
Yes. Well, it's at the 7 o'clock hour. We're just getting warmed up. Remember, Bennington took a shot at him for getting Rookie of the Year. Remember, Benner was kind of mad at him because he got the Rookie of the Year.
I don't know if my son is aware of that.
Maybe he'll give it back.
But maybe we need
I'll
to
tell him to take his shirt off.
Take your shirt off.
Canucks logo, main logo, is it's kind of in LA Clippers territory where you don't really know what they are. You know, a Canuck Clipper. I'm not really positive. I know a Clipper's a ship, but I don't know if most people know that. So I don't
Well,
know.
you know where Los Angeles Clippers were before they were Los
San
Angeles.
Diego,
That's right.
the
So I think
harbor.
that's where it ties into kind of like the Jazz making no sense in Salt Lake City, but being New Orleans.
Lakers, same thing. Yeah,
Right.
I'm not really positive. Is a Canuck like a whale?
A Canuck is someone from Canada.
Jamie Rivers probably just landed an hour and a half ago.
They
and
might be
make his
listening,
way
the boys.
straight in. You think the boys might be? They might be coming in.
Probably about this time.
They will now if they weren't before.
Call in.
So it's just-
Unbelievable.
So it's another word for a Canadian.
Yeah.
And that flies in the face of the Montreal Canadiens.
Doug?
Well, I don't know if it flies in the face. It's just another name. It's like being called the Yankees
okay.
or something.
All right. That's fair. That's a good comparison.
Major surgery was needed to fix the Canucks.
It's not the Canucks. It's the Canucks.
No.
She says
Nice
it's the
drop.
Canucks.
It was a nice drop. Jackson's fighting back. The Empire strikes back. Chairman Steve says he has filed a mic drop.
Yeah, I'll listen to it in the break.
He is the defending Listener of the Year, which is presented to you by Milagro Tequila. And tomorrow, Doug, in the 10 o'clock hour, we will be crowning a new Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year.
Oh, we
The
will.
year-end awards here on the morning after will be given out in the 10 o'clock hour. And then tomorrow night at Hot Shots in South County, you dress up in your naughtiest Santa Claus
It's not
outfit
naughty.
and give away presents from 7 a.m. or 7 p.m. to 9, unless you want to get there at 7 a.m., 7 p.m. to 9
You
p.m.
should go there tomorrow. Just call in at 7 a.m.
You're giving out tickets to Kendrick Lamar and SZA. You're giving out tickets to Post Malone and Jelly Roll. You're giving out blues tickets, autographed blues items, and much more every 10 minutes at Hot Shots. That's where we will be for the TMA Christmas party. And we ask you to bring a new unwrapped toy as we're raising or doing a toy drive for Annie's Hope. The charity near and dear to the heart of our longtime friend and TMA co-host Jennings Randolph Jr. That's 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Come on out to the new Hot Shots. I haven't been there, but I hear it is quite a facility in South County. So that's where we'll be from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. And you get to sit on Doug's lap and take pictures with him.
No. See, I didn't hear much of what you said right after you said that. Is it going to be a naughty Santa out? Is it like a plunging neckline or something? Drop seat?
Assless chaps is what
Oh,
they think they got.
Wreck me, Doug.
Santa does not wear assless chaps.
You don't know that. I went to the Polar Express last night with the family.
Blessed.
Gosh.
By the way, friend of the show, I think he won the Milagro
Santa?
Tequila Lister of the Month. That's Santa. Mr. Licks.
Oh, nice.
I saw
He was
Mr.
there?
Licks there. I did. Yeah, I think you're in alliance with him, aren't you, Chairman Kurt?
Yeah, I've always been a big Licks fan. I'm surprised he went down there.
Well, I think we both, I think he was surprised to see me there. As probably many would be. But Doug, as you know, I'm a family man with a family plan.
Right.
I've gone from one of the great pornographers of the metropolitan area to now a family man with a family plan, still with a great deal of interest in the San Fernando Valley and now Miami for that matter. But I'm sitting there and there's like a little selfie area that you go through afterwards. Just a delight.
Selfie area.
And I feel a tap on my shoulder, and I just assume it's like a
Carjacker or
no,
something?
probably 25-year-old bi-curious female, probably from the New York City area who goes to Wash U and just a big fan of the show. But it was Mr. Licks, bigger surprise and bigger delight, and he said, "It was great to see Santa." And boy, was it ever, Doug. Nothing better.
Where was he?
He was
at
on
the
top
end of the landing?
top of a burned-out building where the quote-unquote new football stadium was going to go.
Oh,
end
yeah.
quote.
Yeah.
And
That is a gorgeous area.
and He was waving from the top of the building at all the young tykes.
Like looking for help, you think? He was asking for send help.
You're not in St. Louis. Congratulations.
Oh,
I do enjoy the train experience. It's cute. It's
is.
fun.
It's
the kids
wonderful.
love it.
Well, I have a 2-year-old, and he's really into it. But it was nice last night that my 7-year-old, starting to maybe become aware of socioeconomic issues, goes, "Why is there graffiti on everything?"
All the elves were feeling frisky.
It's art. It's art.
Right.
couldn't they take the train in the other direction? Couldn't they go west and stop at
I don't know where
Chaffetz
you'd
Arena
go.
or something? Is there not a train track anywhere that way?
Have Santa Claus perched atop like Nick's Pub in Dogtown.
Oh, yeah, that would be
That'd
just
be
as good
safer
as
for
a
Santa.
burned out graffiti-filled building, wouldn't it? I mean,
People from St. Louis suck.
okay, knock it off. I mean, you wouldn't dare get out of the train at that point, would you?
I feel like they let Santa know, all right, we're approaching in 30 seconds, and then
Yeah.
he pops out. There's armed security on either side of him dressed as elves.
Oh, I assume he's heavily armed.
Hey, we're better than Chicago.
And then he waves from the burned out building.
Was the flood wall up? You can decorate the flood wall.
They paint it.
There's a fancy steakhouse right about where Santa.
Al's.
Yeah, have you ever been there?
I did. Was that for my 33rd birthday in
I wasn't there.
2009? And I think Adam Wainwright was trying to get his 20th win that night, which would have gotten him the Cy Young. But he lost it because the bullpen lost it, and then Tim Lincecum won it. Is that correct? And I was at Al's.
I don't remember.
That's
the
where you
years,
need the
Tim.
Joe Buck drop. All right, Tim, that's annoying. That's annoying. Nobody cares.
Look it up, September 27th, 2009. Chairman Kurt, it's going to be right. You know you're looking it up right now.
I heard they bring the platter of meat
They
over,
do,
and you
that's
get to
right.
pick out your steak, Doug.
Before they cook it or afterwards?
Yeah. Well, no, before.
I'd like it afterwards. Let me see what it's going to look like. I'll take that when it's already
I'd like
done.
to go there. I wonder if Santa.
Why don't we go there? I'm sure
I
they're
would-
big fans.
Al's, call in. I'm thinking Santa probably has a Manhattan before the kids' train arrives. Walks down.
See that? Yeah, I could see that.
He's got a dart. he's at the bar.
Guys, the North Side Pole is truly a magical holiday place. That's from Minute Bowl eligible.
But you enjoyed it. You had a good time.
And I got to see Mr. Licks. But yeah, it was a
Okay.
great night with the family. Absolutely. The
Wouldn't it
Polar
have been better if
Express.
the train rolled up there at the end of the tour and Mr. Licks had been waving on top of the flood wall, like looking for help?
Let's see. Here's Mr. Licks, and he's sending in pictures from it. Huge honor for me to run into you. I tried to play it cool since you were with the family, but I was incredibly nervous.
Oh, boy.
And Doug, here's a
Major
picture.
lemon.
You get a little picture of the Polar Express.
Oh, my.
And look at that. You see the barbed wire, and he said, my kids asked why there was barbed wire at the North Pole.
It looks like a prison yard.
I expect to see Tim Robbins and Morgan Freeman doing a deal.
That's the best we can do.
Maybe you could just.
Not the best we can do. It's the best that we are right now, but our future is bright.
Maybe you stop right around the arch. Have Santa on the steps,
Yeah.
kind of like Rocky.
Or you could slide down the arch or something. Parachute
not bad.
down.
That's not a bad
Parachute
idea.
off of
Didn't
it.
Larry Connors land on top
He
of the
did.
arch?
He had a picture in his
He didn't-
office
he
of him on
didn't-
top of the arch.
He didn't land on it. There's a way to get up there and walk and change the lights.
Was he tasered on top of the arch?
He was not tasered there. No, that would be too dangerous.
Wow.
He
That
was
would be a
tethered.
hell of a ratings coup.
He was tethered.
See what I did, Jackson? I was sort of begging for it.
Shocking Mr. Licks loaded up the kids in a Honda Odyssey his father-in-law paid for and took the kids to the Polar Express. That's from the 314. All I want for Christmas is to sit in Santa's face on Thursday at Hot Shots.
Okay, that's
That's
enough.
from Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic
enough.
Man.
Come on, babe. Put the bag down. Drop it. Put this thing.
Can we have name tags?
Oh, he was hurting.
Martin, that was February Sweeps 2005.
I think I tuned in. It worked. It worked.
It's the sounds he makes after he's hit. that are
Come on,
so-
babe. Put the bag down. Drop it. Put this thing.
I think my favorite is the Telly Savalas inspired. Come on, babe. Like you're going to entice him. Come on, babe. Larry, call in.
Doug's in one of his laughing fits, Martin. I don't know how many of these you've seen.
He's stuck.
Brown and Croupen's the presenting sponsor of this award-winning presentation.
How did we get to Larry?
The Arch.
Oh, yes.
Didn't Larry Connors get dropped off at the Arch, I believe is what you asked?
Yeah. Oh,
And wasn't he tasered on the Arch?
okay. It's my fault.
And you were just setting Jackson up for the drop,
I was begging for drops.
begging for drops, guy.
Yielded great results.
BrownandCroupen.com is where you can go, presenting sponsor of this presentation. Doug's wheezing.
Pot Doug down just a touch.
Found in 1979.
It about killed him.
Hey,
Anchor the next
Baranes.
day. Was he out?
Oh, I'm sure he went on the DL after that.
I'm Julius Hunter. I'm in for Larry Connors, who you saw was tased last night.
With Brown and Crouppen, you get great service and great results. They are in every Tuesday, whether it be Ed Herman or Andy Crouppen or Terry Crouppen. Every Tuesday, I should say. They are involved with this program. We are fans of theirs. Really, really good guys, and they have one great staff as well. If you are in need of Brown and Crouppen services, don't you want somebody who is local, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? That's Brown and Crouppen. They were in St. Louis going back to 1979. It's back. 314-222-2222. Or go to brownandcrouppen.com.
Somebody said Doug needs to be rebooted. Jackie's got it on film.
Make sure you let them know you heard it on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results. Every case is different, must be judged on its own accord.
Can I hear it just one more time?
Come on, babe. Put the bag down. Drop it.
What do you do after that as a ratings? I mean, that's kind of the ultimate. This is like your great aunt that smokes too much. Wheezing.
You never thought about doing that, Doug, when sweeps came around?
No, my heart wouldn't have taken it.
I said I'd do it for 500 YouTube viewers.
Morning, boys. If the Blues do lift the chalice this year, as Doug expertly predicts, we are going to look back on this road trip and say it was the catalyst and bond of the team, much like that glorious trip to Philadelphia in 2019. Let's go, Blues. That's Sharon in Clayton, one of the many lady listeners of this program.
Did you
Doug.
hear Cam Jansen saying they bonded on
I did hear that, and I was about to bring that up. Probably 3 or 4. Maybe the title of the book, Tony had 3 nights in August. This will be 4 nights in Edmonton.
Oh.
And the irony there, Edmonton, who gifted us the players,
Oh,
and then you
my.
bond in their town.
Starting writing the book. Who's going to write the book? Mike Caruso, generous
Raines.
executive.
Tom Wheatley.
Oh. And they had to stay there because of Taylor Swift.
That's exactly right.
Taylor
Taylor
Swift
Swift brought us the cup.
Yeah.
Kelsey will come to the Blues playoff game, and he might bring Swift.
Oh, my goodness. Doug, get your tickets now. Who are the Blues going to play? They're going to play the Leafs and Craig Berube, right?
Oh, that'd be nice.
And they're 18-7-2, am I right? Another win last night for the Leafs, am I right? Somebody will check on that.
That'd be
Have you checked
unbelievable.
on September 27th, 2009, Sherman?
So they're 17-9-2.
17-9-2.
Yeah.
Looks like they had the Rockies that night.
Yeah.
Fell victim to, who was the guy?
Were you the one reading it?
Sorry, I had kind of moved away
Just
from
think of Larry Connors
That's
in the
what I was
taser.
thinking.
Jorge De La Rosa.
Old Jorge De La Rosa.
Pesky player.
Pesky's pole. I really don't know if I can survive another cup run. Getting drunk every other night for 3 months is rough. That's from Chairman Steve in Wildwood.
Well, you don't have to get drunk. Could you just have 1 or 2? Would that be all right?
That's how he gets through it. You know, people get nervous, and Chairman Steve has himself a little libation. He has himself a little nectar, you know.
How many beers does it take to get you drunk?
What, are you trying to hook up?
No, just
boy, at this point,
worried.
I'm probably, quote-unquote, out of shape. That was the thing I noticed. We won't identify them, but with some of the Cardinals, when, you know, we were going out at that time, how they could put down libations like it was water because they were in drinking shape.
Yeah.
You know, and once you're out of drinking shape, you know, maybe
That's
like
over.
a little spritzer, and the next thing you know, I'm put my arm around you and say, hey, how about that first segment today?
Not me.
I thought that's what you wanted.
Maybe that should have been a line of questioning at spring training all those years.
Oh, God.
How are the guys looking in terms of drinking shape?
They were impressive.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Chairman Stephen Wildwood says he needs 12 beers to get drunk.
No way.
Oh.
He needs a 12 beers.
It's like fridge pairing.
What's the
Jesus.
time? Like, what's the time frame?
I don't know. I just read what's in the teleprompter. That's what he said. 12.
Oh, Lord.
Probably a couple hours, you think?
I hope.
Yeah, God.
I would hope.
Because I mean, you
Several.
could, if you're a regular drinker, you could down the first beer in about 2 minutes, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but
The older you get, the fuller you get, right? Like too many beers, like, I'm good. I'm full. I'm good.
Sharon and Clayton agrees with Chairman Steve. They're bonding. Very true, Steve. The cup run took a couple years off my life, but it was well worth it. I'm ready to donate a couple more. Let's go Blues. Sharon and Clayton. Doug, people are starting to believe the Chalice is making a return to Market Street.
Awful lot of similarities between now and 18-19 season.
Hey, Ken Hitchcock's going to be with the program
9:30, friend of the show.
Friend of the
Ken
show.
Hitchcock getting an MAC award next week, dialing in with us. He still works for the team. Armstrong said toughest firing he ever had was Hitch. We'll ask him about it.
That's coming up. I got your Jeremy Rutherford traditional appearance on the program with two-part questions brought to you by the great Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies online at evergreenstl.com. What a road trip. I mean, if you would have set the over-under at 4.5 points, I would have been put to the test on that one. I honestly would have. I would have been put to the test on whether or not I would have gone over-under on that. And they get 6 points against that caliber of opposition. And hell, they were there against Edmonton on Saturday night, too. And that required a comeback. So super impressive. One home game against a butt-ass in the Sharks, although the Sharks were a thorn in their side last year. Possibly kept them out of the playoffs if you do the math with how they left those points out there. And then they have to deal with the Dallas Stars on the road. A lot of road games. They're going to start to be able to settle in for some home games here now that they're back and survive that Western Canadian road trip. And again, since Jim Montgomery's been hired, they've been playing playoff opposition. So it's not like they've just been feasting on butt asses, Doug. Feasting on butt asses.
That's the name of the book that'll come out when the year's over.
4 nights in Edmonton.
And Buzz will write the book.
Buzz will write the book.
But it'll be the Buzz that we know instead of Buzz Bissinger.
Buzz is going to write the book.
And Joe Hofer gets a win in the opening game and in the close. You get 2 wins out of your
Winnipeg
backup
and against
goalie.
Vancouver. Telling you.
And for those players, it's amazing. I think Holloway might have said it. He's a great soundbite. We should get him on this show.
Yeah, especially since he wants people to take their shirts off.
I think he remembers even saying
that. Could be a one-time thing.
Bolduc Holly. Got a little thing going there.
Studio.
But they were talking about playing in Canada. Was it Hofer or Holloway said, well, my grandma was at this game, or one of them said something about relatives. This trip means more to a lot of these guys because of the Canadian swing.
And they delivered. It was pretty cool. It's a hell of a road trip. We got Cardinal news, and Nolan Arenado's agent, Banty Rooster? We got the sound of Nolan Arenado's agent. You want to hear this? This was something else. What's his name? Joel Wolf? Am I right on that?
Yes.
We'll have that for you on the other side of the break. This is TMA 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. You can call in, get on the air. It's a hell of a filtering process. You basically just say your name and you're on the air. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And, you know, I know the number of people, the program's been on for 20 years, but, Doug, we've been what you would call hard to find.
Yeah.
Or hard to hear. Take your pick.
The radio protection program.
That's exactly right.
Hard to stomach.
So hard to stomach. Take your pick. All could apply. Letter D, all the above. So maybe some of these 101 ESPN listeners learning the program now after 6-7 weeks are going, okay, I'd like to compete against Buck Swope, JV golf coach. Who was it yesterday? Tunnels 12,006.
Bill Gape won, and then Tom Bernansky's Batwing has a win. JV Golf Coach has a win.
So you want to email them for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email later? Well, here's your motivation. We're giving away Cardinal tickets as the prize today. TMA has your shot to score a 5-game Cardinal Sunday ticket pack for the 2025 season. This 5-game pack includes tickets to 5 Sunday Fun Day afternoon games, including a matchup with the Yankees. Cardinal ticket packs go on sale tomorrow, but you can text in or you can email in to win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Email the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Comes your way 10:45 every day here on TMA. Find all the details for Cardinal ticket packs now at Cardinals.com/holiday. Send your emails in. Any topic is welcome. You can rip our asses. We welcome it. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackson, we got a mic drop from Chairman Steve in Wildwood, the defending Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year. Let's take a listen, Doug.
I mean, I get it. It's going to be a rebuilding year for the Cardinals.
Stop it!
Oh.
Hey, triple sticks! How about this? I'll try to pay my rent next month. Hopefully, I'll be able to pay my rent next month. What the holy hell is going on?
No.
You guys make some trades, get some players. This is the best fans in baseball, and you're failing us. And what in the hell's going on? You guys are the station for blues, and one of the guys on the show, I don't like hockey. How about this, Jackson? You're gonna meet me at O.B. Clark's for every Blues game this season. We're gonna watch it together, and you're gonna like it. Tired of it!
Oh, gosh. Boy, did he let us have it.
Wow. Jackson, are you interested in joining? You get those dirty wings? Oh, the dirty wings at O.B. Clark's. How do you do?
I do love O.B. Clark's.
You asked them to switch a hockey game onto an NBA game there.
That happened once.
How
That's
dare you?
absolutely happened.
How dare you?
They obliged.
They did?
Well, it was one of the many televisions there. All of them are playing hockey.
It's a hockey bar, buddy.
There was playoff basketball on, and I just wanted one of the televisions on the basketball game. I wasn't asking for all of them to be changed. I would have been thrown out.
Jimmy O'Brien's going to terminate whoever switched that hockey game to an NBA game on the spot.
It's a sports
you're
bar.
responsible for a firing here.
It's a sports bar.
And the guy sitting next to you, switch that monitor. That's Joel Quenville. He's watching that game, okay?
Well, I wanted one of the televisions. I was watching a little of the hockey game, not really, but
No. Did you catch that right there?
did.
It was like Kevin Neal and Mr. Subliminal. You have to catch it.
I don't really want to go to every Blues hockey game at O.B. Clark's and sit with Chairman Steve.
But
Maybe
you live,
one.
you,
I
live
would
right
go
around,
one.
you live right around there now.
I do. That's the proximity is not the problem. It's
You could walk there.
the entertain. I'll do it for one game. One game.
Okay.
That's
Chairman
a fair
Steve, that's the
concession.
negotiation.
It's a fair concession.
He has sent in that he went to Helen Fitzgerald's last night to watch the game. First of all, Brett Seiberg is a god. Mm-hmm. He is the owner-proprietor of Helen Fitzgerald's.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Those bartenders are something. I got my bill, and from 4:45 to 9:30 p.m., I had 13 Bud Selects. Doug, that is
13.
Chairman Steve in Wildwood, the defending Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year. Somebody will replace him tomorrow. I think it's Buck Swope's time, personally. And we will get our Papal Conclave ballots today.
That's right.
Wow.
It's a big papal conclave.
This is a big Papal Conclave. And Martin gets a vote?
Of course.
I'm going to need some help.
Yeah, you're not going to be familiar with the names.
In my college partying days, I don't think I ever had 13 beers in one night.
Is that right?
I don't think I've ever done that.
I don't think I could make it that far.
No.
I think if I got to double digits, I think that's when I start to vomit.
It'd be great if Chairman Steve's holding your head outside of a dumpster by O.B. Clark's.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Why don't they get the ball to Dame more? I just feel like they're not doing enough.
Seriously.
And then collapse.
Yeah, and then that would be done.
There's another thing about Ben Simmons.
I deep teased the Nolan Arenado agent sound, and this has gone. Martin, you were on this one. He said, I think that there's more to it between the Cardinals and Nolan Arenado's camp, and you were picking up reads or informed reads, and if there was any doubt about it, it's been confirmed now. I don't know what caused this. I mean, it was the winter meetings, but it was very forthright, and he talked about his client's biological clock, Doug?
Oh, he did.
Yes, he did.
He's having children.
Take a listen.
Men can't get pregnant. Do we have to go through that argument?
Time to take a break. All right, here we go.
Has Nolan told him, I don't know what he values in another team if it does happen?
Yes. Yeah.
Can you share that?
Nolan wants to win. I mean, and there's more details, but that's really between them. And I don't want to have any effect on what Mo's trying to do. So.
More details, but that's with them or for them.
Cryptic.
Very cryptic. But saying he wants to win, I mean, that tells you. And we know what's the motto again, Martin? There's several
we
mottos.
Have a few to choose from.
Where did my list go from yesterday? It was come for the games.
Stay for the laughs.
Stay for the laughs.
We're sitting this one out.
It's our intention to try.
That's right.
Sitting this one out.
Yeah.
There are a few others.
Yeah, none of those are
the Canada of baseball,
the Canada of hockey, and none of those include winning.
But that tells you right there, the agent for Nolan Arenado going on the record that there's a little more to it. He'd like to win. You could leave it at that. They're in a rebuild mode right now. He's at the point in his career where the focus is on winning. He's got all the All-Star and Gold Gloves. He'd like to win, but he had to add. There's a little more there, but I'll leave that between them, which tells you that maybe they're not all on the same page.
Yeah, Martin, you've been on that, and you actually said it yesterday, specifically from his agent, Joel Wolf. In addition to what you just heard here, the Cardinals are changing direction, which is fine. All teams do that. So if that's the way it is, and they've said it might be beneficial to move you, and they were open and communicative about it, he's like, I get it. Let's just try to find a place where they're in a different place where he could just jump in and help the team get to the next level. He would strongly consider it if it's the right place to go, but he's not going to just go anywhere. He has a full no-trade clause, so he has that right as a veteran player, and we hope something good happens, but he's not going to approve and move his family and go play somewhere he's just not going to go somewhere sidestepping. He's in a good place with the Cardinals. He's not just going to just go. In other words, it's going to have to be one of, I would imagine, a handful of teams, and we can probably narrow those teams down.
I think I saw that he did.
5 teams.
Yeah. Red Sox, Dodgers, Yankees, Phillies.
Basically, the teams that turn the mix for Juan Soto. That's where he can go. Yep.
Good to see the Cardinals making some headlines at the winter meetings. Goes back to Arenado.
A deal makes sense for both sides, obviously. You just hope they get something in return, because when they emptied their pitching staff, what was that, 23 at the end of the year, when they dumped Montgomery and Flaherty, and I think, did Bader go in that class?
During the 23 season, when
they
were
traded a
deadline.
number of players and really don't have much to show for it. So JC, I guess, might be a player.
Takoa Roby.
So they, with all these guys that were dynamite players for a while there, they have virtually nothing to show for it yet.
Yeah, there's a key. I mean, a couple guys we just named haven't even had. I mean, I guess the JC's had the major league at bat. Roby and
Sam
Roberta.
Yeah, well, you just hope to get more than just guys who make it briefly. You want to get somebody who can really help you make a difference.
You should be a GM with all that, Doug.
And he reiterated, Joel Wolf, about playing first base again. And I just don't see that. Like, if you have Arenado, who's maybe maybe going to get 25 homers. I mean, could he hit 30? Sure, but you're not expecting a massive offensive year. Isn't his value best when you couple in the defense that he can play potentially? I don't understand the first base thing.
It could be that he wants to go to the Yankees, and Rizzo is probably on the way out there.
That was
they probably have an opening at first.
I agree with you. I think that's a tight read. It was surprising to me yesterday. I don't know how many people monitor ESPN.com, but ESPN.com had it as a headline on the front page yesterday that Arenado is open to playing first base. This is something that was reported 2 weeks ago by Katie Wu. I guess it's just gaining more headlines, number one, because it does fit in with the Yankees, and now that Soto is signed with the Mets, what's going to get the most engagement? This is just the business. I'm not chastising it. It's just reality of the industry, is writing about the New York Yankees. And so if Nolan Arenado is in the mix, I think he's getting tied to the Yankees more than any other team, and that could, for the reasons you just gave, make sense. In addition, from the Cardinals standpoint, if this is more about offloading salary than it is return as far as the caliber of players, the Yankees would be the ones with the most. Doug, do you mind if I use this term, liquidity?
Oh, well, I don't mind it, I guess. I'll let
Do they have human capital available?
Human capital, I like that. I think they do have human capital available. They might not feel like they need to expend human capital if they're willing to expend the dollars to bring him in.
Did I read a quote where the agent also said, heck, he'd even play shortstop? I thought I read that, and I was laughing to myself because the caller recommended it would pump him up. I thought I read that. I got to go back.
Wasn't that what our caller?
Yes, and that's why I laughed out loud because I think the agent said he'll do anything to win. He'd even play shortstop.
He's probably good enough. He's probably good enough to handle short. I mean, he wouldn't have the range probably of some of the other guys, but I bet he could be a major league shortstop.
Is any fan jumping up and down and saying, "What are you doing? Why are you trading him?" It's interesting to me that nobody has a problem with it. A caliber player like this, everybody seems okay with it.
I think I still think, and I could be off on this, that there is confusion or maybe not an awareness of what the Cardinals are planning to do, because from my standpoint, it's clear that next year was going to be essentially a full-on rebuild, even though they weren't calling it that. Now, maybe things have changed, and Mozeliak has to adjust the message because they were thrown off by Gray, Michaelis, and Contreras saying they're going to stay. And so when you have that number of dollars committed that maybe you weren't expecting to have committed, it puts you in a weird spot where you go, okay, well, then maybe we don't go full on. But specific to Arenado, I'll be curious, Martin, when it happens. I think it could happen today. When it happens, what the reaction will be. Because I think that amongst Cardinal fans, and I don't know if it's a TMA listener tends to be a little bit different than like the mass Cardinal fan, that I don't know if the mass Cardinal fan is aware that this is going to happen, or the mass Cardinal fan, and by that I mean like the hardcore Cardinal fan, who just expects them to be what they've been for the last 25 years, which is always in the mix, minus 2023 in particular, that they're sitting there going, okay, well, who are they going to get for him? And from my standpoint, this is going to be salary dump. We got to move on. Yeah. And I think that the agent talking yesterday is an attempt to force their hand. That's what I think that was about.
You think most fans will be surprised when it happens?
I think it's going to be split. Yeah, I do. I think some are going to be good. You know, they need to move on. I think people are starting to get irritated with Arenado. Some are, and then I think others are going, well, what they get in return? How is this team going to win?
Yeah, if there's outrage, that's when it'll come.
Right.
When we hear that they got two Class A infielders who hit $175 last year.
Right. Here's the quote. Nolan was like, I'll play shortstop. I'll do whatever, but I'm not insulted to go play first, and I can win a Gold Glove over there. That's Joel Wolf, the agent, talking about Arenado. And when I read that, I laughed because our caller. Yep. So if he wants to play shortstop, he doesn't have to leave St. Louis because we've got Wynn going to second. For what reason?
Rest him.
Saving his arm. Saving his arm.
Right.
And moving him to short would do what?
Pump him up.
Pump him up.
That's exactly right.
Are there any contenders, really, places to go to win that don't already have a pretty good situation at shortstop? I don't know of any.
Yeah, I guess he was just saying he's willing to do anything. He's also desperate to get out of St. Louis.
That's
it's unbelievable to read. This is a 10-time Gold Glove third baseman, Hey, I'll play short. Hey, I'll play first. It speaks to the fact he just wants to get out. I realize he has a no trade and he's going to approve it, and it's obvious he only wants to go to a handful of teams that are able to win. That Jazz Chisholm could move around the infield for New York.
Yeah.
I guess, is LeMahieu still there? He plays everywhere, though.
Yeah.
So I just think if I have Arenado, I want him playing third base. I don't want him at first base.
Guys, Arenado is the prototype for what we will see regularly in the next 2 years. Aging superstar who is 10 years older than the kids teams actually want to play, who will play several positions in exchange for each of those kids getting to regularly DH in a rotation. That's from Kevin's brother, Jack Demoff. Mo doesn't get crap in trades. That's from the 618. From the 314, no one in St. Louis is going to care. Arenado does not have the second gear to be a championship player and cannot take the pressure in the playoffs. That is from the 314.
That may be a little much.
And then Sharon and Clayton, very active this morning, says, anyone knows somebody who wants an Arenado Cardinal jersey for Christmas? I have two I'm willing to sell before I light them on fire.
Oh, come on,
Just
Sharon.
let me know. That is Sharon and Clayton. She's had enough.
I don't think you need to light your Arenado jerseys on fire.
Steve from Festus, who I believe is one of our, might be the guy who had Mason win, moving to second, and Arenado to shortstop.
He was ahead of the
on
curve.
hold. We got a break. We'll have Steve from Festus on. He is
Did
going
you
to be with us.
Steve from Festus?
I just did. Steve from Festus is going to be with us. When is Ken Hitchcock's 9:30?
JR's 8:30.
Okay, there you go. Two-part question with Jeremy Rutherford after the Blues win last night. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. It is the holiday season, a time for family, friends, and staying cozy inside. But if your home is drafty, it's hard to stay comfortable. And with all of the gift giving happening this time of year, why don't you give yourself the gift of lower energy bills with new windows from Universal Windows Direct? If you act right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. There's no limit. Buy 4, get 4. Buy 20, get 20. Plus, Universal is offering 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years of interest-free payments. And every window is backed by a true lifetime warranty, which means coverage for as long as you own your home and an additional 20 years for the next homeowner. Do not wait. Make sure your home is ready for the winter and the holidays. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free in-home estimate or visit UWD.com. That's UWD.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues win in overtime last night, taking 6 out of 8 points on this Western Canadian road trip. Back in town tomorrow night as they take on the San Jose Sharks. You can catch that right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Stephen at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. Morning After 101 ESPN shows presented by Brown and Crouppen. The 7 o'clock hour is sponsored by Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. My name is Tim McKernan. Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Two big topics here in the 7 o'clock hour. The Blues and the win last night in Vancouver as they head back to St. Louis with 6 of 8 possible points on the Western Canadian road trip. Coming up on the show, Jeremy Rutherford, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies at 8:30. And then Ken Hitchcock, who is receiving an award at the MAC, and he's going to be presented by Doug Armstrong. And Doug Armstrong, when he was in studio with us last week, talked about that opportunity to present Ken Hitchcock that award, and also how it was the toughest firing of his career. So Ken Hitchcock coming up at 9:30, Jamie Rivers in the 10 o'clock hour, and then the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. 101 listeners who are familiarizing yourself with this program, this is your chance to compete against legends like Buck Swope and the JV Golf Coach, because we're giving away Cardinal tickets at 10:45 for the winner of the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Email in. Anything goes. You can rip our asses. We're used to it. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Send your emails in, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the program, Doug, one of your favorites on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. This is Stephen from Festus. Stephen, good morning.
Hello, Stephen.
Good morning. This is your Pestus from Festus.
The Pestus?
The Pestus from Festus.
Oh,
I'm
gotcha.
here to pest you all day.
Oh, okay. All right. Sounds good. What do you got?
Nolan Arenado. I am tired of it. I am tired of his stupid attitude. He don't want to play for the Cardinals. Take his ass on a rocket and send him somewhere.
Oh.
I don't give a damn. The one thing I can tell you is send him to the Yankees. They need a third baseman, and to be honest with you, by the end of the day, he's gone, and he's gone to the Yankees.
You want him on a rocket?
I want to put him on a rocket and launch his ass somewhere.
Oh, gosh. Come on. Now, that's violent.
Now, Steve, are you the same one who wanted...
That's not violence. That's love for the Cardinals. He don't want to play here. Let him go.
Oh, on a rocket, no less.
Are you the one who wanted him to play short to pump him up?
Oh, hell no.
Oh, that was somebody else.
Somebody else?
I'm going to tell you right now. I think he's got a physical problem or something is going on with him. There is something wrong with him. Because in the last 2 years, he has dropped, and I mean dropped bad. So right now, as far as I'm concerned, I've been, like I told you when I first called in, the first time I listened to you, I've been a Cardinals fan for 64 years, and one of the loyalist Cardinals fans. I got memorabilia all over my house for the Cardinals. And right now, Nolan has to be gone.
Oh.
Amen.
I don't care what it takes.
What would you like to get in return? What kind of return would you like coming from the other team?
I don't care. I'll take a picture. If we can get a picture from somewhere, I'll take one of those.
Gary Cole.
One of those. When Mo calls, you got one of those over there?
No. Don't even put Mo involved in this.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Gersh.
Oh, no. Slow Mo has got to go.
Oh, gosh.
He likes that rhyme, Doug.
Hey, Stephen, the listeners really enjoy your calls, and there's a gentleman. You're in Festus. I don't know how close you are to Crystal City. Doug, you say they're the Twin Cities?
Yeah, they absolutely are. Yeah.
I am less than 3 miles from Crystal City.
Okay,
Hey,
well,
Pestis,
we have a listener. Stephen, you single, meet me at the KFC if you want to mingle. I don't know if that is of interest to you.
No, I'm sorry. I'm blind. I don't go to places like that. And as far as the KFC, is it in Festus?
I'm not
Doug,
sure.
is the KFC in
assume
Festus?
they have one.
I would think they might have multiple.
It's the one in Crystal City.
Okay.
Oh.
Doug is the one in Crystal City.
My wife worked there for 3 years.
Oh, is that right? I really enjoy that.
She was the
I like
manager
the
there
mashed
for a
potatoes
while.
there. Yeah, I feel like they're underrated. You like the mashed potatoes?
I don't believe I've ever had it there.
Really? Why don't we bring some in?
I don't want to sound like a big fat guy, but if you brought in a bucket of chicken right now, I'd dig in.
I'm going to tell you right now, the mashed potatoes and gravy at Kentucky Fried Chicken is among some of the best in fast food restaurants.
Yeah,
that is an award-winning take. Might be the Milagro Tequila Stir of the month.
I think can we put that down on the log as a live read?
Do you know we have the best fans? Do you know we have the best fans in baseball in St. Louis?
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it is
Stingray,
awesome.
Mississippi State.
Yeah, we do have the best fans in baseball.
so.
And they are some of the most knowledgeable fans in baseball.
This guy's the gift that keeps on giving.
I love it.
And also an endorsement of the mashed potatoes and gravy at Kentucky Fried Chicken. And that is a take I agree with. Stephen, thank you for calling in. Always enjoy hearing from you.
No problem, people. You'll hear from me again. Just have a nice holiday and everything. And we'll talk to you probably after the first of the year.
Oh, okay.
We're booking.
The pestis from Festus.
Well, Doug and I will be here on the 26th. You want to? Might be a little lean on the dossier that day if you want to back yourself.
Family Golf and Learning Center, loyal sponsor of TMA. I was out there on Sunday, ball striking. Doug, you couldn't believe the compression.
No, God, the compression was just too much.
Oh, the launch angles are just amazing. Family Golf has a sim league, a bunch of sim leagues actually. Simulator golf leagues during the winter, and you can sign up right now. The next session starts in January, so if you want to continue to have your swing going throughout the winter months in the St. Louis metropolitan area, Family Golf's a great place to go. If you have kids who are learning the game, they have wonderful instructors at Family Golf and Learning Center, really quality people I've gotten to know over the years. Love taking my sons out there. It's Family Golf and Learning Center, and even when it's cold outside, their driving range is heated, so you can hit balls and they keep you warm as well. It's Family Golf and Learning Center, perfect place to go for holiday gifts as well as you can get a gift card in the pro shop or online at familygolfonline.com. That's Family Golf and Learning Center. Ben is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Yes, Ben.
Hello, Ben.
Yes, hello?
Yes, hello, Ben.
Hello. Hi. I just want to say something to that last caller about Nolan Arenado.
Okay.
I don't think we should be so critical of Arenado because he came here with the intention to win. He felt like the team could win, and the team let him down. It was not the fans. He doesn't have anything against the fans. That's not his reason for leaving. It was the front office and just the disappointment in not winning that one.
Ben, I feel like you might even know him. Do you?
I did. No, I do not know him. That's just
if you were going to call that hand out, Martin, I was going to be impressed.
I almost felt like this is his neighbor. So I have no idea. I just felt like you had some inside knowledge there. And I think there's some truth to what you're saying, though. Equal disappointment, maybe? Or not?
Yeah. I think it is equal disappointment. And I'm sure other players might feel the same way. Again, I don't know any players personally. That's just how I would feel if I was on the team. When he did come to the Cardinals, we did look to be on the up. So I think it's fair of him to expect us to win, and they just let him down. He doesn't have anything against the fans.
He had two stellar seasons. His first 2 years here were dynamite. Yeah. He had 34 homers, 105 ribbies, and then 30 homers, 103 RBIs. He had two fantastic seasons here.
Yes, he did. And last caller said something about him falling off a cliff the last 2 years. I think that happens with everyone as they get old. I wouldn't know. I'm not that age myself, but I'm assuming it's going to happen at some point. And just, I guess, being that old, and he's not that old, but being that age and playing almost every game for 10 years at a high level, I think it's going to start to wear and tear on somebody.
I am tired.
Well, he's not that tired. He's maybe a little worn out.
But I think Ben's right. You go all out playing third base. I think there is wear and tear, that position. So there's probably something to that. It just seems interesting since the agent put it out there. I'll leave that to them, that there's some other stuff. I forget how he phrased it, but it alluded to that maybe there is a disconnect. But I don't know that we need to put him on a rocket. Will that be part of the trade?
Yeah.
That he goes to the Yankees on a rocket?
It's a special deal where he gets sent on a rocket.
Elon Musk has got something worked up. They trade people on rockets now.
Ben, thank you so much for the call. Appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
That's
you.
Ben, the Callier and Thompson phone lines. The listeners, Doug, as you know, one of the things that's a trademark of this program outside of phenomenal sports journalism, it's been compared to Real Sports on HBO, is the listeners sometimes don't like the callers. Stephen from Festus, high approval rating. I think it might have been the Yola that he has with KFC and the endorsement of the mashed potatoes and gravy, a take that I fully support. The recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves is a sponsor of the program. And he says, Ben, drink bleach. Caller Steve from Festus will gape you. Hang up on this dork, please. That's the recovering alcoholic. Brian Henshin, who covers the Colts, does a hell of a job with the Colts, a team that I think is live to beat the Bills, the Ravens, and the Chiefs before they clip Rich Gould's Philadelphia Eagles or the Detroit Lions and Jamison Williams. Either way, he says this new bit by the Porta Potty guy sucks. That's from Brian Henshin. And Jake and Kirkwood says, I like the coleslaw at KFC. So
I do too.
I think that's underrated.
Really underrated.
I think we've got a new sponsor organically coming to light here on this program.
Let me tell you something. If you're a vinegar-based slaw, you can hit the bricks, brother.
That's the most passion you've ever shown next to Missouri basketball.
It's creamy coleslaw or nothing. And KFC does it great.
What if I like both?
Yeah, what about both of them?
I mean,
do I have to hit the bricks?
Then, the restaurant.
I wouldn't mind hitting the bricks.
The restaurant has to offer at least both. Okay. You have to offer both. A vinegar-based slaw on a sandwich isn't half bad, but if it's on its own, creamy or nothing.
I think my favorite part is how he booked his next call. He said, I'll be back in early January. It's only December 11th. We got time. I mean, things are going to go down. This team may make some other major moves. We're going to need reaction from Pestis.
Pestis from Festus. You like that?
You guys get original recipe or extra crispy?
Extra crispy. If you're going to do it, do it.
Yeah, if you're going to commit to the 3,000 calories.
Yeah, like whether you're going to hedge when you're going to KFC. Come on, bro, extra crispy.
Doug would take the skin off, though, I guarantee you. He takes the skin off.
Yeah.
Jackson's disappointed.
And I'm called the communist.
That's where all the fat is.
That's where all the flavor is, man.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, man. By the way, the Arenado postseason numbers, since it was mentioned on a texter, I did want to check. 5 for 33, not very good. 152, limited sample size in St. Louis, 12 at bats. He had the wild card, and then the 2-game series with the Phillies, 1 for 12. Didn't produce here in St. Louis. The other numbers, of course, with Colorado. But I don't. What's a fair playoff sample size? That's probably a decent sample size. 33 at bats.
33 is starting to get into the realm where you'd go, that's a little rough.
Yeah, but this guy's been a stellar player.
Absolutely.
This is one of the all-time greats at his position. We're going to miss him when he's gone, I can tell you that.
For sure. I just wanted to vet the texter's point.
What's the phone number? I can't take this anymore. That's from the Flat Avenue boy. No problem. 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson. Phone lines. You can also text in. Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. The program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN YouTube. I didn't realize that the 101 ESPN YouTube channel, Chairman Kurt, has a lot of people in there. Like, got 100 people in there.
I haven't been over there in a little bit. I'll go check it out.
You feel like it's an unsafe neighborhood.
It's kind of like the Santa on the burnt-out building, but I'll dip my toe in.
Right.
Would you?
So there's a 101 ESPN YouTube channel. The one that Jackson has up here on the 101 ESPN studios is the TMA STL YouTube chat. So you can go and watch us. And, Doug, you are not happy with your coloring? Is that correct? When you look at yourself up there?
Wait, the camera's too hot. It's coming in hot.
So here's the problem. I can change it. Oh, can I change it?
But you won't.
No. See, you're cutting me off, and now I don't even feel like doing anything. But
this guy's got an attitude.
I can change it, but as soon as we go to break, as soon as we go to break and then come back, it'll revert right back to its former self. So if you want me every single segment, I guess 14 more,
yes.
or 12
We're
more.
counting them down?
Yes, please.
You want me to do that every single time?
Well, yes, please.
All right, no drops. So that if everyone's like, where's the drops? That's the reason.
Oh, my.
It's not, and it's not me like being like, oh, I have to do this, so I'm not playing drops. I will be unavailable.
Why is this camera the only one that behaves that way?
Osmosis. I don't know.
Osmosis.
I don't have an answer. Like I didn't.
Well, let's find
make the
out
camera.
who can fix it so that it's not a constant
What about the
issue.
insatiable Craig Rutherford?
He could probably he got a big kick out of that yesterday. By the way, he could probably help. I gotta text somebody to help me fix it.
Are they equally as horny as Craig?
Yes. That's my guy, Drew.
This segment is tired and played out. I read that. I went, oh, no. And I looked. It was at 5:56 a.m.
I saw that this morning. I guess they were unhappy with Michelle Smallman's program at 5:56.
They do.
Poor Michelle doing a show from New York, and she gets hit by the texters.
This segment is tired and played out. So do we have an obligation to pass that along to the folks at the mothership?
I'll text her right now and say they were not happy with whatever you were talking about at 6:56 in New York City. Jeremy Rutherford is going to join us coming up at 8:30. Ken Hitchcock. When is the awards? Are you emceeing that thing?
I am not. It's that'd be Tom Ackerman vehicle. It's Monday.
Do you like that term, Tom Ackerman vehicle?
I didn't like it.
MAC.
MAC is a Tom Ackerman. That's a Tom Ackerman, Frank Cusimano thing.
Yeah.
I know a lot of guys at the MAC, but they know I'm kind of off limits.
Yeah. They had me do, we put an event together. It was Joe Buck and Chip Carey. It was great. And then they said, oh, maybe you could do a little more of that kind of humor. Why don't we have you do a little bit at the Jack Buck Awards? And I did it last year, and then I did not get invited back. The greatest compliment when the event was over, and I was sitting in the Jack Buck Grill with Caruso and Chappie and all the blues folks, and this woman walked over, I would say 75 to 80 years old. And I said, oh, no. And I'd made a few jokes that weren't quite MAC approved. And she walked over and she said, I heard your speech up there. And I said, oh, ma'am, I'm very sorry. I shouldn't have said that. And she said, no, I was laughing. I just didn't know you were like that. I said, oh, okay.
She enjoyed it.
But yeah, the MAC Jack Buck Sports Awards, great event. Coach Drink, Brady Cook being honored.
Oh, is that right? And when is this again?
Next Monday.
Next Monday.
And Tommy Ackerman will be at the controls. It's his vehicle, Doug.
I don't like the word vehicle.
I do like that. I do like that term.
Okay.
Send your emails in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air, longtime sponsor on TMA. It's a decade of Seth Goldcamp, fourth generation, working with the morning after. And that's where Doug Martin and myself go for our heating and cooling needs. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We're giving away Cardinal tickets today for the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. 101 listeners who are familiarizing yourself with the program, see if you can compete. You're getting Cardinal tickets. Send anything in. Anything is welcome. Anything is welcome. Doug, tell me about Design Air. I need to know something about them.
Well, they're the people that are going to make your house feel comfortable. I was just checking the forecast here. We got lows in the 20s here the next 3 days. So that furnace, it better be working
snow in the forecast next week.
Yeah, winter is upon us, like it or not. And hopefully you have called Design Air already, and Seth Goldcamp or one of his guys have been out there to service your furnace to make sure it is running well throughout the winter. And that's really the way to go. Get it serviced before you have a problem. Then maybe you'll never have a problem. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served over 10,000 people since 1904. It's a fourth-generation St. Louis business handed down for more than 100 years now. They are the longest-running TMA supporter, though we have not been on the air for more than 100 years, more like 20. Longest advertiser on the show, known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call. These people are absolutely fantastic. I've had them out to work on my furnace. and on my air conditioner. They just do great work. Their technicians have been around for years. They know exactly what they're doing. They're in and out quickly, and they are just professional all the way. Their website, easy to navigate. They now have online scheduling on the website for all of your heating and cooling needs. Choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. Let me give you the website.
Yeah,
DesignAirService.com. That's Design Air with an E at the end. DesignAirService.com.
There it is. Chris is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Chris.
It's all of you guys. Yeah, them guys make a lot of money, the St. Louis Cardinals. It doesn't matter what year.
Yeah, it's true.
Hey, they got to fight like Indians.
Like Indians?
Okay? They got to fight for every at-bat. They owe it to Cardinal Nation. Why can't you hit to the right side of the second base bag over to Mark McGwire?
Nice.
Instill that type of hitting. Arenado is that type of hitter. At the end of the year, I saw him hit one up the middle, and I said, man, that's the prettiest swing he did all season long. He's just like Brendan Donovan, the same type of hitter. The only home run hitter that we really got is Jordan Walker, and you guys do know that. So if we all hit up the middle and to the opposite field, come on, talk to me about it. Why can't these guys, they make all kinds of money.
Yeah.
Now they owe it to us. Also, Arenado, I want to know from all you guys, he is playing for Gorman. Okay, he would not embarrass the St. Louis Cardinals, would he?
Who, Arenado or Gorman?
Arenado would not embarrass St. Louis playing.
No.
He laughs a second before he catches the ball. He's a magician.
He laughs before he catches.
Comment.
Hey,
Chris,
are you the one, Chris? Chris, are you the one?
Show.
Chris, are you the one who suggested Arenado move to short?
He's gone.
Was it just a hit and run?
Was that a drop right there?
Kelvin.
Yes, Chris dropped.
All right.
Doug, so much going on with that phone call. Martin tried to interact. He only will communicate with Jackson, though.
Which is the right thing to do, I think.
Game.
KG, is that the same guy who was called multiple times, but it was about moving guys around the infield?
Yeah, that's hit from the belly button, hit from the right side for the next 7 years. Arenado at shortstop guy.
And last week I got up and left because he just kept talking and he refused to talk to anybody but Jackson.
Yep, it's the right thing
So
to do.
do you think he hung up because I started to ask him a question?
I think he had his talking points and he was not prepared for any rebuttals. And I respect that. If you can't win, don't play.
He's advocating people hit to the right side where Mark McGwire is.
That's correct. And that Nolan Arenado laughs before he catches the ball?
I haven't noticed
tired
that.
of this story.
I haven't noticed that.
And they need to play like Indians?
Yeah, I corrected him on that.
Native American.
Thank you.
Jackson, since you're in an alliance with him, can you explain what that was? Is he doing a bit, or is I kind of think it's real?
I think all of these calls are real.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, I know I'm probably getting good odds on that, but I really do think they're real.
It's more fun to think of them as real.
That is true.
Yeah. Until you find out 100% that they're not, operate as they are.
Percentage of people at the watch party tomorrow night that are TMA loyalists versus newsies, like 101 new people.
Wow, that's a nice question. Jackson, you set the odds for our sports book. What do we got?
I will say 70% old TMA guard, 30% new.
I'd say higher, 80-20.
Yeah. I'll say 81-19.
Oh, he places right at you.
Oh, my God.
Doug's really good at that.
But I think, there's some people who've probably were TMA folks who then started listening to Bloom Party when Tim and I did that started a couple of years ago, and then listened to more and more 101. So those two communities are melding.
That guy has to be AI. That's from the 217.
Full
Chris
credit.
is AI.
Full credit if that's like a voice track. It would stand to reason considering he doesn't care if someone else is talking. He's going to keep going.
Can't stop him.
Oh, God almighty. Let's see. Chris and Pestis Lemming here. That's from the 608. They're gaining fans. I can tell you that. They're gaining fans. This gentleman needs the B-Fib C on his chest. This man needs to be the statue outside the stadium next to Stan the Man, who played the game the right way. That's from the 314. You are welcome to text in or call in. Obviously, the filter is... It's not particularly tight. Jeremy Rutherford's going to call in, or is he in studio?
We do this every week, and I feel like he's always here.
At 8:30, I think he might not be here. That's why
it's usually 9 when he's
9
in
o'clock
studio.
hour. Jeremy Rutherford's going to join us coming
Maybe
up.
he could swing by that KFC in Festus.
Yes,
on the
get
way
some
in.
mashed potatoes. Doug, you ever eat mashed potatoes at 8:30?
I don't believe I have. No.
Today's going to be the start of something beautiful.
I had
for
a
you,
mashed
Dad.
potato pizza in Nashville, though.
How'd that sound?
Did I tell you that? It was right before Thanksgiving. They advertised a Thanksgiving pizza. I said, okay, I'll try it. The lady said, it's really good. I'm thinking there's going to be turkey on the pizza. There was no turkey. There was mashed potatoes on the pizza.
What was the base sauce? Did they go gravy for the base sauce?
No, it was regular
pizza sauce
with mashed potatoes.
Yes. Oh, it was horrendous.
If you're going to do it all the way. Go gravy as the base or cranberry sauce. Mix that all together.
Is this a good restaurant, or is it like 3 in the morning and you were coming home from the stag bar?
No, very popular place in Nashville. Place was packed.
Sounds awful.
It was terrible. It was
Well, the
horrendous.
idea alone is just like, we don't need to try that.
I bit into it. I said, is that cheese? No, that's a mashed potato.
Hardee's would always do that. We took a cheeseburger and put a taco on it. And you're like, that doesn't sound good. But they were always adding things on pulled pork, followed by coleslaw and a burrito. And you'd say, who's eating this? I feel like are still Hardee's going? Are they kind of a diminishing brand?
Big on the West Coast. Carl's Jr. is what's called on the West
here
Coast.
in town. But
Hardee's used to be
Jackson's
based.
always thinking of the coast.
Hardee's used to be based in St. Louis.
That's right.
Moved to Chicago.
Get involved on the program. Chairman Curtis fielding calls left and right on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Text in, Air Comfort Service text line. Leave your text name, because I see a lot of new numbers are texting in as well. And Jackson, do you enter the number, like what they want their names to be?
Yep.
Give your name, because I see Lisa's in here, Hito Chuck, Just Don't Press Push, Big Don Johnson, Big Tuft, Richard Pritchard, Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man, Mr. Big Cream, Stephen Wildwood, Marsha's Burner, Clevie Wade, Beer Cats, Alan Dadeville. But then there's probably about 50% that are new numbers.
I'll take care of that.
And if you want to have a name stored in there, Jackson will take care of that. So leave your name in there, and then that'll be saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. The program is The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. He is threatening not to play drop so he can alter Doug's camera to give Doug the proper coloring. Is that the threat that we were given on the show?
It's just a camera malfunction. It's letting in too much light, so it looks like my head's on fire. But I'm okay with it. The drops are more important than me.
No, these stars,
Forget
man.
me.
These stars. You know, he puts on a pound of pancake makeup every morning, and it's still not
He
good
just
enough.
third person to you. He just third person to you. You're sitting right here, and then you got third person. I heard the whole thing happen. Jeremy Rutherford is here, and he is going to be in studio, and he's got something for us, he told me.
What does he have?
I don't know.
Taters?
No.
Chairman Kurt, you were out there talking to him.
Yeah, I know what's coming. I'm not going to.
Ooh, surprise guest.
I'm not going to spoil it.
Better not be a vinegar-based slaw. He can hit the bricks.
Now you're getting it, Doug.
Mr. Licks is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Yeah, Licks, it was wonderful to see you last night.
Oh, boy.
Licks!
You know, Tim, thank you for saying hi to me after I had, surprised you from behind.
Clip that off. It was an honor to see you. I would have loved to have met the family as well. I don't know a lot of old money, so when I get a chance to meet old money, I want to have that opportunity.
Well, sure.
Well, when I first saw you last time, my heart just stopped.
Stop it. Stop it.
How does Tim know what Mr. Licks looks like?
He came up to me.
Well, I introduced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought maybe more a name
Licks
tag.
here.
No, but this is the Polar Express. Okay. It's not that formal.
No, I said hi. I introduced myself. I'm not, I'm not an incel like the rest of the listeners that doesn't know how to talk in public.
I don't know.
You think a listener who's an incel would not have said hi?
Oh, I think there's probably 50 other people. I mean, every person in the building probably recognizes you, Tim. You're freaking amazing.
Stop it!
Local broadcast hero, Tim McKernan.
It's just one of our better calls.
Well, we went to we went to take pictures at the Polar Express, and then after that, you go inside to take more pictures with the kids. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I didn't want to spend time with you when you're with your family, but it did make me think of something.
What?
Gosh, there's an incredible amount of back audio playing back in my ear, Jackson. Can you fix that, please?
Gosh.
Got a feedback issue on the call?
So you got Doug demanding special treatment. Now we've got the callers. Yeah. Is there a point to the call list? Is that a fair question?
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Mark, you said something really dumb the other day about cities not having two cities within them. Like we have Clayton and downtown. There's not two economic hubs. I mean, what a dumb thing to say, Open up Google Maps and look at any major metro in the country. So why don't you quiet down while I talk to Tim?
God.
So Chicago, what were the other? The Naperville hub? Is that what it is?
No, Martin, I'm not going to waste the listener's time with this discussion. Okay, please.
Well, you already are wasting the listener's time.
I want to get to the point.
What is the point?
I want to get to the point. The point is, if there's any, my daughter and Tim's son are similar ages. If there's any dowry, Tim, that I could do, anything I could provide, because I want you to know that there's no greater honor than if my daughter were to someday take the McKernan name.
Okay, that's enough.
That is wonderful.
Enough.
Are we talking about the 7-year-old or the 2-year-old?
The
7-year-old. All right. We'll set that up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you're going to have a problem, with the Irish and the Italian and, the South City roots with you being, what do you St. Louis Country Club or Log Cabin? I can't remember.
We'll figure that out. Okay. We'll figure that out. It'll be fine. Martin's put me under such pressure that I feel like I need to hit a couple other things. I want to give a quick.
I kind of was thinking hitting none of them.
Get to it.
Doug, are we having an alliance here?
Yes. More energy in this call.
The last thing I want to say is I just want to give a shout out and a happy 50th anniversary to Plaza Frontenac. They brought joy to
for heaven's
residents
sake.
across the county. And I thought it'd be fun. I'll hang up and listen, but I thought it'd be fun if we go around the dais, give your Mount Rushmore of stores at Plaza Frontenac.
All right.
I mean, I know they've been doing this on 101 for years, where they give their favorite stores at 101.
I better jump in and say Saks or Neiman Marcus because I don't know any of the others.
I think they've combined now. I believe so.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. I think something happened.
It's
there.
usually like a cutlery store in there somewhere. I kind of like the cinema there.
Back in the 1990s, well, that's going away too. They're not paying their rent. Did you see that store?
The cinema?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, no.
I didn't know that.
I would have figured you would have been all over that.
I did not know that.
I was surprised it wasn't weaved into this program, as a matter of fact. St. Louis Business Journal last week.
Show's still young.
Back in the 1990s, the J. Crew was the spot for me and my peers.
They had a J. Crew. Did you get dropped off
from South City by a bus?
You didn't walk around Frontenac Mall, did you? There's no one there.
No,
Where's the food court?
I was trolling for Rosati ass at Crestwood.
Oh, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Was there really a J. Crew?
At Frontenac, yeah.
My problem, which I've said that I've voiced my complaints before about this, but both J. Crew and Banana Republic, their brick and mortar stores have nothing in them. It's just like a couple shelves and a couple hangers with just like a hand, like a.
This is where Jackson airs his grievances with J. Crew.
It's just like there's like a Henley and like one pair of corduroys, and that's your options. They're like, well, we have everything online. It's like, so why even have this?
Is there real dancey music though playing?
There's like the shuttered doors on there, and it looks nice. There's polished hardwood everywhere, but
you can order
no
that
clothes.
online.
There's no clothes. I know, that's the thing. It's like one striped crew neck, a Henley, and some corduroys. That's all you can get.
Like a Henley?
And I don't like that. I did have to go there once to Lululemon to return a pair of pants that didn't fit that I got as a gift. And there was a line that was like 100 feet out the door.
So was Lululemon on your Mount Rushmore?
Me and all the 15-year-old girls lined up there to get our purchases at Lululemon.
Guys, while we're setting people's future marriages up here, hey, recovering alcoholic, is your sister free this Thursday? That's from Little Beer Cat. Sounds like he's courting Little Beer Cat's recovering alcoholic sister. This is amazing, Doug. We're watching people get arranged marriages on our show.
That's a tough way to get a date, isn't it? To have to use the line, is your sister free?
Is that right after the grandma segment? Is your sister free?
Your grandma
Reeks of desperation.
Well, Mr. Leaks did make reference to incels, so
he seemed a little understated, Doug. He just seemed a little
Leaks
flat.
is very monotone with his delivery. That's one of his signatures. He is an enemy of the TMA audience because he fancies himself to be a man of great wealth. A man of letters, Doug?
I don't know how many letters he's got. Do you have any letters?
I don't even have a degree.
What letters? Would that mean if you're a lawyer, you're a JD, and if you're a doctor, you're MD? Are those the letters people talk about?
I like how you turned to Jackson because he's the Ledoux kid.
Well, yeah, I think you probably know some people that are.
Isn't a lawyer Esquire? Isn't that their ESQ?
But that's a word. It's not a letter.
Like PhD,
has letters in it.
MD.
Is a man of letters someone who just is well read, or he's written a book?
Does that mean like would that be BS? Because I have a Bachelor of Science.
We're crowdsourcing here.
You just looked at me dead in the eyes and asked what letters are.
You're from Ledoux.
I think it's just a metaphor, Doug. It says it can be used metaphorically to indicate proficiency or distinction in a particular area of study or activity.
How about that? Oh, we're all men of letters on this show.
I guess.
Yeah. Tim, it's 100% that Lick stalked you last night. What a loser! That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Hey, Little Beer Cats, you see what happened to Coco in The Sopranos? Watch it, Piggy. That's from the recovering alcoholic in response to the offer to date his sister.
Smell the Sambuca on him.
Ken Hitchcock going to be with the program in the 9 o'clock hour. Jeremy Rutherford in studio, and he's got something for us. I don't know what it is. That's a Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.
Great event going on at the St. Louis Zoo. It's called Wild Lights. This is so much fun this time of year to take the family down there. Over 1 million twinkling lights, festive menus, zoo attractions, kids activities. It's going on through December 29th at the St. Louis Zoo. And you can support the zoo this holiday season by gifting a zoo membership. Together Credit Union offering an exclusive zoo membership for members that sign up for that St. Louis Zoo debit card. All Together Credit Union members with the St. Louis Zoo debit card get a Sea Lion plush toy plus exclusive membership to the St. Louis Zoo, including discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks, and more. St. Louis Zoo debit card also empowers you to give back by rounding up the change from your transactions, donating your change back to the zoo, furthering their mission, including advancements at the St. Louis Zoo's Wild Care Park that is under construction. Enroll now at togethercu.org/zoo or stop by any of those 14 area locations for Together Credit Union, those local branches. Happy holidays from your friends at Together Credit Union, where you can support the St. Louis Zoo and the Wild Lights going on now through December 29th. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
Welcome back to CMA. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, fielding a lot of phone calls. Doug, how great is it to have the phone lines this active?
Fabulous. It's just fabulous. People are engaged.
Yeah, 314-974-0101. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the studio, sporting a St. Louis Eagles Hockey Club sweater from The Athletic and a regular on 101 ESPN throughout the week. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeremy Rutherford, presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies.
Hey, speaking of the Eagles, listening to you guys on the drive in here, and the season gets started a few months ago, and the parents are getting to know each other. Whoever made the team, you start to get to know the parents. And I'm talking to one of the gentlemen, and he said, "Hey, what do you do?" And he said, "Well, I own a business." "What do you own?" "I own the KFC and Festus." So I think I got an in for you guys.
Yeah, Doug, mashed potatoes, gravy.
Next week, that's what I'm coming with.
Yes.
Are you a bucket? You have a whole bucket?
Yeah, but don't tear the skin off. You have to eat the skin.
No, I don't eat the skin. I don't eat the skin.
So what do we want? We want coleslaw too. We want.
Jackson loves the coleslaw. I love the mashed potatoes and gravy.
Oh, they do it right there. They go creamy.
Yeah, it's great.
Very much looking forward. Thanks, JR.
Of course, you know what I asked him about. You still got the buffet out at Festus?
I've seen that before.
I bet there's some professional eaters show up when you put out a buffet in Festus.
You do the library?
They have a card they present.
Don't start laughing, Doug.
He's going to have a laughing fit. You enjoyed Doug's laughing fit in the 7 o'clock hour.
I did. So I drive my daughter to school every day.
She loves the show.
She loves the show. She loves it so much that she says, Dad, can I turn on music, please? Oh. And so I said, not right now. Doug's laughing. I got to hear how this ends.
Oh, here it comes. Don't do this.
It's Larry Connors getting tased. Sets Doug off. JR, how about these boys, huh? How about these boys? 5-1-1 since Montgomery took over. Picking up 6 of 8 points on that trip. They were there in the Edmonton game, too. I mean, what do you make of the whole thing? I'll be as vague as possible, but I can't wait to hear what Jarkin and Haggett.
Be vague, and I'll try not to be vague with the answer here, but it's something. I think it's a combination of two things. I mean, you talk about the coach bump. I mean, that happens with every team. But listening to the players, I really do think that the details that Jim Montgomery is preaching are adding up. I think the practices, nothing to take away from Drew Bannister, but you can see it watching the practices with Montgomery that they're really focusing on some things. We talked about this last week in the neutral zone, other areas of the ice, and you see it take shape in the games. They're in the right spots. They're making the right plays. They're playing for each other. And, again, trying not to be vague, but that all adds up to good play here.
Being in the right spot's probably the big thing. That a lot of, casual hockey fans don't understand what the right spot is.
Yeah, because if you're 3 feet out of the right spot, right, then you're not in the right spot.
Well, that's true. If you're in the wrong spot, you're in the...
You're just schooling Doug. What was going on with Zach Bolduc before Monty? I mean, was he just not playing well, or were they not using it? It seems like all of a sudden he's like a key contributor.
Yeah, I think it's a situation where you want to be protective of the young players. They healthy scratched them a few games. Obviously, that doesn't do any good for your confidence. Talking to Zach Bolduc, I remember talking to him in, I think it was Toronto. He wasn't going to play that game, and I said, "Hey, Zach, you try not to get too personal with these guys, but I said I just want to tell you, covering the team over the years, I've seen David Backus, TJ Oshie, some of these guys sit out and not play games, and it benefits them. And over the long haul, you're going to be a good player." And he doesn't need me to go Dr. Phil
Coach
on him.
Rutherford,
but
look at you.
You sit there, you talk to him, and he goes, "I feel it too. I just need the opportunity, and, I need to get in there and get a string of games." And now he is, and now he's got the confidence with the coach. And the one thing that he's got that really helps his game is that one-timer, and now he's using it. We saw it last night. So once those goes in, it just feels like it's a situation where he's going to take off.
Yeah, that thing was a piss rocket. It was in the net and out the net, quick, fast, in a hurry to tie things up. What about Dylan Holloway and his performance? I mean, this whole situation with Edmonton. We're writing the book. I guess you heard us talking about it. 4 nights in Edmonton since they got stuck there with no hotels in Vancouver. Cam Jansen was talking about it on Chris Kerber's podcast about how everybody bonded, maybe similar to what happened in Philadelphia in 2019 with the boys getting a chance to go out in the famous Gloria night. But what's taken place, not just with the Oilers and staying up there when they had to play them, but what they got from Edmonton and Holloway last night just was all over the damn place.
It's just amazing, Tim, when you think back to the offer sheets and you think 6'4", 220-pound defenseman Philip Broberg, they have a chance to get this guy. Oh yeah, Dylan Holloway too. He's kind of a player who hasn't had much action, but he's been phenomenal. And the one thing I'll say about Holloway is it doesn't matter if they put him on the second line, the third line, they've put it at center, they've put him on the wing. He's bounced back and forth, and he's usually A, the best player on that line, and B, he's making the other players better. The old cliche that Doug probably has heard once or twice, right?
I have, yeah.
And you see it last night. It's just, you turn on the TV, you watch a Blues game, you're going to notice Dylan Holloway.
And in Bannister's defense, this healthy Robert Thomas has made this team incredibly different.
For sure. And that's the one thing that you look at the big picture. If Thomas and Broberg stayed healthy and this team won 5 or 6 more games in that stretch, I still think they make the coaching change. I'll stand by that. I wrote in my article when the change happened that if they were 10th in the standings, I think that they make the change because Doug Armstrong, as you guys know, you had him in last week, loves Jim Montgomery and believes he's the coach for now and the coach for the future. But what a different angle that would have been on the story if the Blues had been 10th in the league with Thomas, with Broberg, and he makes that coaching change.
Yeah.
Like, that would have been a lot of people looking at that situation kind of funny, but Thomas has been phenomenal, Marty.
He said when he was in studio with us last week, Doug Armstrong, he said when he was looking at the landscape, he was talking with, I don't know if he said he was talking with Tom Stillman, but he said, I had a couple of different teams that I knew were about to fire their coach, and we were at risk of losing him. So that's why I acted when I acted. I still think there's a chance that if they wouldn't have won that game in overtime, was against San Jose, right?
Yeah.
That he would have gotten whacked that night. I just think that they were going to make the move, and they were waiting for them to lose the game, and then they wind up losing that game Saturday night to the Islanders. That opens the door. With respect to what this team can be now this season, looking at it from a big picture standpoint, and this isn't just you, this isn't just us on the show, and it isn't just the people who text in throughout the course of the show. When we're talking with people who actually played the game and they know the games, and you hear Jamie Rivers every day here on 101 ESPN, I can tell that their perspective on what this thing can be now has changed substantially over the last couple of weeks. What do you think this thing can be? And then if this can be something of significance this year, does that change the mindset for the organization in the short term?
Yeah, so looking at this, I've written several times this year that I didn't think this was necessarily a good roster, a roster that could compete in the playoffs. They have to deal with the situation they're in, and that's the retool. But what's funny is when you're around the rink enough, you hear from people who say, well, the higher-ups, the management, the senior advisors, these people really believe this team is better, that this team is a playoff team. And you're like, okay, well, what are they seeing that I'm not seeing? And we're talking when they were playing under Drew Bannister. Mm-hmm. I didn't think that team was there. Now, what we've seen with Jim Montgomery coming in and getting more out of them and changing things up, you can see what type of team this can be, and it looks like it could be a playoff team. Now, with that, you're 3 points out of a wild card spot in, early to mid-December here. Can this team make the playoffs? Yes, but, I answered the question in my mailbag today. I don't think this is a situation where, Doug Armstrong has said all along, he's not going to trade key assets, key players to try to give this team a big oomph going into the playoffs to make it better. Will he upgrade to make it competitive and get in the playoffs? Yeah. So I think they're right there. They're at that wild card spot. I don't think they're a top 3 team in the Central Division. I think this is a team that can make the playoffs, potentially win around with a Jordan Binnington, but you don't give up major assets and kind of change the direction of where you're going just because they're competitive now.
Jeremy Rutherford in studio with us. He's brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. EvergreenSTL.com is where Mark Hanna can be found, or call 314-889-0503. Longtime sponsor here on the program, and he presents Jeremy Rutherford every Wednesday on TMA. We welcome the audience to send in 2-part questions, which I will read here momentarily. 314-399-9646. You can send in your 2-part questions for Jeremy Rutherford. Doug, go ahead. I'm sorry for stepping on you.
You said they're probably going to need to upgrade if they want to take the next step. What is their weakness? What would they need to do?
Well, I think they're going to, if they don't get the goal scoring from the guys on the roster, but they are getting that. I mean, Jordan Kyrou quietly putting up a good offensive year. Dylan Holloway has been a surprise, so he's helping along. But, you still have some guys on this roster that aren't scoring. So can you go out and find a guy who can help in that area? And then, defensively, what do you think about your 6? Obviously you love Broberg, you love Parayko. Justin Falk's having a tough year. I'm not saying that they're going to move him out. But then who plays that middle pair? Right now it's Ryan Suter. And then what do you think about the third pair? Like, the third pair is going to have to be a lot tougher and hard to play against if you're going to be a playoff team.
A lot of compliments here for what's going on with the young players who aren't even in St. Louis. 2-parter here, fella. Dvorsky's doing pretty good in Springfield. Do you think he gets a solid look here at the 2C or 3C after the trade deadline? Doug, you like that term 2C or 3C?
No, I don't care for it. We got time.
And should Doug wear his crotchless reindeer pelt to the Hot Shots party tomorrow night? That's from I shaved my balls for this, Shara.
It's the kind of thing you can wear once, and then when you wear it again, people say, that thing again?
Doug, how many years has it been since the Blues had a good 2C?
A 2C. I don't even know what a 2C is. What is it?
Dvorsky's playing awesome. He really is. He's
what's a 2C?
2C. You don't know what a 2C is?
No.
Neither do I.
Oh.
No, it's a second line center.
A 2C.
And they're hoping that Dvorsky can be that 2C.
Gosh, I don't,
Jackson,
I just don't
did you
care
know?
for that at all.
Did you know
Jackson's
2C?
watching these Oklahoma City highlights over your shoulder, JR. He's
SGA.
Is Sonny the
MVP.
3C right now? Is Sonny the 3C?
I guess
That's kind of a surprise.
Yeah.
Drake had a song called "The 2C Slide," by the way. Really good.
How about that?
I'll play it as a
Second
return.
line centers. That was Drake.
Do they have a 2 RW and a 3 LW? They have all that.
Yeah.
And everyone is so pressed for time.
Russo giving his thoughts. No, I mean, he's a great second line center.
Okay.
You watch the game?
Like the menage against you?
Let's see. How somebody also texted about Snuggerud and Dvorsky and how they're playing now.
Yeah, so Dvorsky's lighting it up. I think he's got, points in his last 7. He's leading the team in scoring and points, just doing phenomenal. But here's the thing, do they call him up? I don't think so, because he's going to play in the World Junior Tournament. And typically, you don't call guys up before that. You let them go to the tournament. Now, I know the question was about the trade deadline. I think you see where the Blues are at that point in time, how he's playing, how he's doing, what's the Blues roster look like. And then, I think there's a potential to have him in St. Louis at the end of the year. But the biggest thing, I know Chris Kerber's been big on this, is they're not going to rush him. They've done this with other players.
Yeah.
They don't want to do it with Dvorsky. So we'll see him when we see him.
Hey, Jeremy, first question is, how are the Blues at plus 12,500 to win the Cup, and the Preds are at plus 5,000? Second question, can I have that jersey you got on? I like that St. Louis Eagles. Yeah. Another Dylan Holloway call.
If you wear triple X, you can have it.
Is that your size, triple X?
Well,
No, you're not that big.
Things run tight here.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it's the old Kelly Chase joke. I was lost out in Eureka a couple weeks ago, and I asked my wife how to get to 270, and she said lose 30 pounds.
Oh, God.
Damn.
Savage.
That's a great St. Louis roast joke. That's been used a few
It's been
times
used before, yeah.
How do I get to
shouldn't say it in
270?
front of-
I don't know, cardio.
I shouldn't say it from the other good chaser one about the weight was we pulled the media bus up to the hotel in Nashville, and we're all the media, Panger, Chaser, everybody getting off the bus, and there is a larger gal pacing in the lobby of the hotel, and Chaser says in front of the entire bus, "Rutherford, you're supposed to have her meet you in the room, not in the lobby."
Oh, gosh.
Jeez. Number 39. So JR's taking credit for Bolduc's success. Nice, buddy. Go back in your hole in Jefferson County. Just kidding. Love you, buddy. Let's meet at the Emo's Buffet in DeSoto for
I'll
lunch.
be there. Yeah.
That's from Chairman Steve.
I'll
in
be there
Wildwood.
this
They
afternoon.
got an Emos down there, have they?
Yeah, no, they do. And I would be out there sooner, but Licks called in today and talked for 15 minutes, so I'm going to be able to
Is there really an Emo's buffet? I might have to meet you down there.
If there is, call in.
Cellulite on cellulite, brother. Two-part question. Do you think Letty eventually gets put on LTIR? Also, do you think Montgomery's carpet matches the drapes?
Oh,
That's
come
from
on.
Rory Pepper Paws.
What kind of question is that for the head coach, for the HC?
All right, I'm only going to take one of those. Which one should I take?
Don't take that one.
Don't take that one.
Question, isn't it? It isn't.
Well, with Letty, I don't know when we're going to see him. He was skating. He was with the team. He went on the trip. Surefire sign. He's going to be back soon. And then they flew him back to St. Louis from Western Canada. So Jim Montgomery said it flared up. We don't know what the injury is, but flare up sometimes means the groin, and those take a while. As we know, it's been forever. So I don't know when we're going to see Letty.
JR, have any thoughts on how the goalies will continue to split time? Both have been solid. Also, does JR have a go-to at the Dough Depot?
Oh, yeah.
That's from the 314. Doug, the Dough Depot?
What's the Dough Depot?
Oh, definitely. Let's talk about the goalies.
What's the Dough Depot?
Joel Hofer, 3 in a row, 922 save percentage in those 3. He's looked really good, and those are all on the road.
Yeah, tough opposition.
Yeah,
too.
Rangers, Winnipeg, and last night Vancouver. He's played really well. Jim Montgomery said, I think Matt DeFrank's Post-Dispatch asked him about the goalies a couple days ago, and he said that maybe you go Binnington 2, Hofer 1, which kind of surprised me. I felt like maybe Binnington gets a little more, but the way Hofer's been playing lately, maybe they split it up that way.
Yeah, never mind that. What's the Dough Depot?
Dough Depot, you got to get, first of all, you get your sandwich on the pretzel bread out there.
Yeah.
And I typically get the pretzel bread with the chicken parm sandwich, hence the 3X hoodie here.
Gosh, that sounds good, though. Okay.
I like the payola drop. Any talk from Monty on moving Eric Bognicki to defense to pump him up a bit? Also,
Bognicki. Been here 15 years.
Also, is Monty giving more playing time to the players with the more attractive dads? That's from Alan Dadeville. Doug, is that a problem in the NHL?
I wouldn't think it is.
I'll never forget, our good friend Reed Lowe. He had a locker next to Eric Boganicki. This is years ago when I first started covering the Blues. And Boganicki, you guys remember him? What was he, 5? He was a little bit taller than you, Tim. He was 5'6".
I enjoy it.
He looked over to Reed Lowe and he said, "Hey, Reed, can you put my pads up on the top of the locker?" 6'4" Reed Lowe had to reach.
It's like a picture of Shaq with Simone Biles.
Right.
But he was actually a decent player.
Yeah.
He was a good player.
Let's see. JR, hard to question the lineup right now, but Perunovic seemed to be turning a corner. Now he's being sat for Suter. Read anything into that? That's from Kevin's brother, Jack. His last name is Demoff.
Yeah, I think with Perunovic, and this seems to be like the biggest thing going right now with Blues fans, is why don't you keep him in the lineup night in and night out? I get it. You gotta see what he is and if he is going to remain part of the organization. I think he's played much better now that he's got a string of games, but there are still nights where there's some defensive issues. And Jim Montgomery explained it yesterday. He said that end of the long road trip, earlier in the trip, Perunovic was sick, so he's dealing with that. But they wanted the bigger lineup. They wanted the long sticks. That's what they wanted last night against Vancouver, is a good forechecking team, and so they sat him last night. So, I'm kind of focused on last night, whereas I know the fans are focused on him being sprinkled in out of the lineup once every 3 or 4 games. I think it is what it is right now.
Mr. Siders, one of Jackson's many nemeses, critical of his 7-iron carry distance, Texan. JR, do you think the Blues are in on Brady Tkachuk? I know that is a hot story right now.
Yeah, it is.
Not necessarily the Blues specifically, but Brady Tkachuk in Ottawa. And
yeah, all the way to Ottawa saying that there's tampering issues perhaps
with the Rangers.
The Rangers.
Really?
Yeah. So I don't know. This is the second or third time that there's been talk about Brady Tkachuk, not being happy in Ottawa and wanting to move on. And each time Ottawa has come out and said it's not true. We haven't had talks. He's not going anywhere. Brady said, "Hey, thanks to Ottawa for reassuring me that I'm going to be here." So I don't know. Do I think that eventually Brady Tkachuk's going to move on from Ottawa? Yes, but as we sit here today, the team continues to say that there's nothing to it.
That would be a game changer, though, to get him. He's one of the best players in the league.
Yeah, obviously there's a ton of really good, skilled players who could help this Blues team, but I honestly think that a player like him, I'm not just saying it because he's from St. Louis, I think he would be a perfect fit for this team.
Mm-hmm. Jeremy Rutherford every Wednesday here on TMA, presented to you by Mark Hanna. Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Miss anything, go back and podcast via the 101 ESPN app, which is presented to you by Schaefer Door Company, also at TMA, STL. Download the apps, listen to the show, podcast like the Dickens. JR, always enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much for coming in.
Extra crispy,
extra crispy.
Mashed
potatoes and gravy, if you please. Doug, what would you like to wash it down with?
A Diet Coke.
All right, there you go. We're going to have a big Wednesday next week.
Thanks, Mark.
There he is. That's Jeremy Rutherford, brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. You're welcome to call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Text in the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. And you can also participate in the YouTube chat. JR wearing a Blues jersey is like Tim wearing his fantasy camp uniform to spring training. He's, for the record, he's not wearing. That's from Jackson's drop auditor, who has a powder avatar. And for the record, it's not a Blues sweater.
No.
But that would be great if you covered the team and you wore a Blues sweater.
You think they'd give you any trouble about that? They might.
I would always wear that green Cardinal cap. It was more of an Irish heritage thing around.
Didn't the cat wear a World Series ring into the Cardinal locker room once?
It didn't play well. And
No.
I don't remember who it was on the team, and we were down at spring training, and they're like, "Nice hat, you on the team?" And I'm like, "Oh, I guess that." I view it as a St. Louis hat, but they view it as like, "Oh, you think you're on the team" thing. And yes, if the cat was wearing a World Series ring, oh my God, I think he might have just done that to bait Lance Lynn into a wonderful soundbite. If I had to get.
Did they think you were Shane Robinson?
I did get compared to him quite a bit.
I can see that a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a break. It is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The NBA Cup quarterfinals last night, the Milwaukee Bucks defeat the Orlando Magic 114-109. Giannis with a massive game at 37 points. But don't forget about AJ Green, a.k.a. Derry Bird, with 9 crucial points. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, you requested his beat?
I didn't request anything.
This is the 2C slide.
See? This is what you wanted. You were asking about the 2C.
2C slide?
The 2C slide, which Jordan Bennington recreated during the pandemic.
How about that?
So there's my connection.
No one cares, Jackson. That's from Jason Williams. White chocolate is in the YouTube chat.
Did he ever play for the Bucks and the Magic? He might have had a cup of coffee with the Magic.
But then there's the other Jason Williams who ended up shooting a limo driver.
That's right. And he was with the Nets, Doug. Am I right?
I think
talk
so.
more NBA coming
I don't know.
Ken Hitchcock's going to be with the program at 9:30. Jamie Rivers in the 10 o'clock hour. And we're giving away Cardinal tickets for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Compete. See if you can compete with Buck Swope. See if you can compete with Bill Gapes. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. TMA has your shot to score a 5-game Cardinals Sunday ticket pack for the 2025 season. This 5-game pack includes tickets to 5 Sunday Fun Day afternoon games, including a matchup with the Yankees and more. Cardinal ticket packs go on sale tomorrow, but you can email in to win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today and these tickets by emailing the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Find all the details for Cardinal ticket packs now at cardinals.com/holiday. Williams Winery news yesterday. We had that. Yeah, it broke while we were on the air. The Colonel did a podcast about it, that he is entering the transfer portal, and plenty of people are entering the transfer portal, including players for teams who are in the college football playoff. Lane Kiffin yesterday talking about it and saying it's just one big dumb system. Yeah. Imagine if you had the AFC NFC championship games going on and guys who were free agents were opting out before the game. That's what's going on at Arizona State. Here is Jackson's favorite coach, or second favorite coach next to Fran Brown.
Bingo.
Kenny Dillingham. Doug, he's 34 and he's got his team as a 4 seed in his tournament.
Oh, really? Okay.
For our guys that are going in the portal, we've met with most of our guys that are going in. Our guys have the opportunity to stay on our football team. Like, they're like, well, we'll go in at the end. I go, no, that's not fair to you to go in after our run is over. Like, I want you to have the best opportunity to find a spot. You can go in right now, day one. We'll help you find a spot and stay on our football team if you want to stay on our football team, and let's go on this ride together the rest of the way. But I didn't want those guys to feel like they had to wait to go in because they wanted an opportunity to have a bigger role for a program until after the CFP. I think that would have hurt their chances. So I made it very clear to the guys that you can stay on the team as long as you do what you're supposed to do, just like you're on the team. Go to meetings, show up, be 5 minutes early, check in, weigh in, go to workouts. Even if you go in the portal here, that doesn't affect me at all. That's just us being on the same page, trying to help you achieve what you want to achieve in your career. So we will have some people going in that choose to stay a part of this team, and it fires me up that we have the relationship between the kids and the team, that they want they want these guys to stay a part of it. And then we'll have some guys on the team that are like, you know what, I'm going to go and I'm going to take midweek visits, and I got to be a little bit more aggressive finding a spot, and that's fine too. And either way, it's what's best for these guys.
I feel like Jackson cuts every clip short except Kenny Dillingham got to go full circle there.
Arizona State.
Extended cut.
So, unique spot for Arizona State. Jackson feels like the alliance is faltering. They have the opportunity to play Texas or Clemson, but players are entering the portal, so they will be in a unique spot. And that's the state of college football.
Why don't they move that stupid date?
That's what Lane Kiffin's thing is.
I
Now,
don't get it.
Jackson's guy, Fran Brown, was asked about players opting out. Who's Syracuse playing in their meaningless exhibition game?
Good question, Tim.
I thought since he's your favorite coach, you would know.
Well, they're in that bowl game.
That's exactly
right. Or they play
right.
another team from a different conference.
Here is Jackson's guy, Fran Brown, answering whether or not he's going to be dealing with opt-outs for the bowl game.
All right, hit the lever, please. Franny Brown.
Listen, I saved it. I know I saved it.
Okay.
Doug.
All right, we vamped a little
Doug.
bit, and now we're ready to hear the sound. If you could hit
Blues
the
with
lever.
a nice 4-3 win in overtime.
Yeah.
6 points out of a possible 8 on the Western Canadian road trip.
Weather of the word, kind of chilly. Going to get colder overnight.
Scooters Coffee Frisco Bowl, Boca Raton Bowl.
I messed up and I don't have it.
And that's your guy.
The worst is
I
happening.
swear, like I know I probably saved in some dumb fold. God bless me.
Syracuse versus Washington State
Ooh, that'll
in
be
the
a good one.
Holiday Bowl.
God.
Friday, December 27th.
Cannot wait for that one.
Snapdragon Stadium.
What would you have to get paid to sit through the whole game?
Well, it is San Diego.
Yeah, I guess if we got to go to San Diego.
I mean, if you had to watch it, stay home
the
and
game?
watch it here. Yeah.
Oh, watch the whole game?
Would you need $100 to watch it?
Yeah, probably at least. Yeah.
Jackson, last night, the Blues were trying
It's on
to...
Fox. I take it all back.
You will be watching it. You can't wait to watch
that
it.
game on the 27th is on Fox. I had no idea.
And the Blues were on the PK. A couple of players were without their sticks, including the netminder Joel Hofer for a period of time. I think Buchnevich was the other one, if memory serves. And they were doing their best. They were grinding to try to survive this penalty kill with players without sticks. And then Colton Parayko inadvertently tips the puck in. The Canucks get the goal, and he immediately puts his head in his hands, and that is what just happened across from us on this dais, Doug, when Jackson realized he didn't have the Fran Brown audio because Fran Brown is his guy. And now he just raised his fist. It's like the Undertaker gif. This guy's back.
Have you got it?
Yep. Your quarterback.
I think he's playing. What you think?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
I think he's playing.
Do you know if he's playing?
He loves football. Do you love football?
I love watching it.
Are you asking me questions?
I'm trying.
Do you like asking questions?
I don't mind.
So I don't mind answering them. I think Kyle's playing, though. Kyle's playing football. If we're going to have a football game, Kyle McCord will play in the football game. Until the NCAA says Kyle can't play football anymore, then he'll stop playing college football and he'll go play on the next level. But whenever there's a football game, he'll be at it. If we called the game in 2 hours and we said we was about to have a game, Kyle will probably be the first one there to play football.
Has anybody opted out at this point?
Man, we don't opt out around here, man. We play football. We like the game. Like, we get to play football. The more football you play, the more the NFL watches.
How many times did he say football?
That's the guy right there, Fran Brown.
Fran Brown. What if, let's say
greatest.
Drinkwitz gets the Giants job
Oh, after Dable.
and Missouri hired Fran Brown?
If they could hire Fran Brown, and I hope obviously Dennis Gates does great, but like let's say in a couple of years Dennis Gates goes and coaches for Louisville or something. If they could get Kim English and Fran Brown, I would be in heaven.
Is that right?
I love Dennis Gates. Let me be clear there, and I like Eli Drinkwitz a lot too. But that would be like my coaching tandem.
Kim English and Fran Brown in Columbia, Missouri for Jackson Burkett.
Okay.
But Fran Brown coaching, oh my God, that'd be awesome.
It seems like he needs a
football?
little more polish.
Do you like it?
I like
You
more
asking
polish.
questions?
No, I
Do you
think-
like football?
Would you prefer like
We don't
polish?
opt out around here.
It's authenticity, man. Like I think authenticity is value. I think players see that and they go, listen, I might not agree with everything this guy says, but I know he's being honest or he's at least being authentic. There's plenty of people out there who talk to you like a salesman. There's other people like there who say, we don't opt out. We play football. Love that.
But I bet some people have opted out, even though he said that.
I'm sure.
You.
Find the audio. This show is more of a disaster than my first 3 weddings.
Oh.
It's from the 636.
seems like
Brutal,
a project.
pal. Someone gave him. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster.
I eventually got it. That's called Resolve. Google it.
Oh, God.
Google
Kurt Signetti. Doug, I know about a business called Sound Story. It's online at mysoundstory.com. And you had a wonderful one this week. There's a couple coming up today, right, Chairman Kurt? Yeah, Sound Story, mysoundstory.com. Great gift for the holidays. And you can get 10% off. Here's Doug Vaughn to tell you.
Fabulous gift. You don't have to Google it. I can tell you about it right now. The holidays are here, and this is the perfect gift idea for your family. It's called Sound Story. I'm sure you've heard about it at this point. This is the time of year when people start thinking about what to get get family members for the holidays, and if you or your family is thinking about what would be best for mom or dad or the grandparents or both, a Sound Story gift card would be something everyone would love. Sound Story has a special holiday discount of 10% off gift cards at mysoundstory.com when you enter the promo code TMA. Imagine being able to listen to a podcast interview with your mom or dad anytime. Now that's possible with Sound Story. Sound Story is an hour-long interview with your mom or dad in which they tell their life stories, making sure that you and your children have these memories saved forever. And now, new this holiday season, Sound Story is offering the option of a video interview to make sure both the stories and the images are preserved. It's a gift you'll never regret giving. It's a gift that everyone in the family will absolutely love. Just go to mysoundstory.com and enter the promo code TMA to get this special 10% off a holiday gift card for Sound Story. Again, the promo code TMA at soundstory.com. Sound Story, for you, for them, forever.
That's mysoundstory.com. Promo code TMA, 10% off. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Email in, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Cardinal tickets, the prize for the winner today of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And tomorrow we have the TMA year-end awards, which we will be giving out in our 10 o'clock hour. And then at Hot Shots in South County, the TMA Christmas party and the toy drive for Annie's Hope from 7 to 9 p.m. at the all-new Hot Shots in South County. And Santa Doug will be giving out Christmas presents every 10 minutes to those in attendance who are lucky enough to win. Tickets to Post Malone and Jelly Roll, tickets to Kendrick Lamar and SZA, tickets to a wide variety of upcoming concerts and blues games. That's all tomorrow night at Hot Shots in South County. Come on out and hang out. And if you could, please bring a new unwrapped toy to donate to Annie's Hope for our traditional TMA toy drive. This is the Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. Michael's Flooring and Michael take pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living, and that is why he is making this offer to carpet installers. So if you're a carpet installer or you know somebody who is, listen up. The compensation, $7 a square yard. That is awesome compensation in this industry. Michael at Michael's Flooring is passionate about flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And that's why, again, he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is incredible compensation. All you have to do, if you want to be part of it, is go to igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it is back, and they have so many varieties of all flooring at Michael's Flooring with 3 easy locations to get to in the St. Louis area: Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. It's Michael's Flooring at igotfloored.com. Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and Chairman Kurt on the program. And Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the 101 ESPN app and the TMA STL app. Download the apps. You can podcast the show anytime you want. A lot of Cardinal discussion on the show today. A lot of Blues discussion. Wonderful phone calls. Jeremy Rutherford on the show. Ken Hitchcock coming up. And the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way. Giving away Cardinal tickets. So compete the Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Munganast is the sponsor of the upcoming 10 o'clock hour. And they're online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganast. Their names are on the dealership, but that doesn't matter. They want to be accessible, and they are accessible to our audience. So much so that they give out a number. It's a secret number for the audience only.
Right.
314-252. 0029.
Double aught 29.
I like that, double aught. Yeah. 314-252-0029. You can call it or text it, and you're talking to the people in charge. And whether you're looking to buy a car, lease a car, or you need to get your car serviced, even if you didn't get it from Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, they're going to take great care of you, just like they've been taking great care of us for a long time. We love them at Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. All right, we got to take a quick segment here because just poor time clock management by me. And
Fix it. Let's fix it.
We got to shoot and fix it. That's what we got to do. We'll take a break. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan for Stewart's American Mortgage. We talk about accessibility with our advertisers. Isn't it great when you feel like you have somebody you know you can count on and you know you have access to? If you're buying a home, if you're going to refinance, that is incredibly important. We're talking about a substantial purchase or at the very least a substantial transaction when you are refinancing. Well, Stewie is as accessible as it gets because he gives out his personal cell phone number, and that number is 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. If it is a new home you are looking to purchase, he will get you to the closing table fast. Try 10 days, and he will get you the best interest rate possible. And he also has the bagel loan that can help you out, too. I got a chance to meet with Stewie and his son, and they explained their business to me and why they are able to get you closed so quickly and also save you the most money. When I got done, I said, why would anybody go anywhere else? You can find that out as well by Googling the bagel loan or calling Stewie directly on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440, or Google the bagel loan. Jip. What's this Ashton Genty Heisman audio we got here? I'm kind of curious.
He kind of lays out his cases on Micah Parsons' podcast, kind of talks about some of his accomplishment and his team's accomplishment.
Sometimes I look at the dossier and Jackson teases me with what he has in there.
Did Micah Parsons leave the game early the other night to get to his podcast?
Good question. Well, ooh, what was that?
Now, what in the world was
why
that?
does it keep
First,
happening,
the Fran
Doug?
Brown thing.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, that was Fran Brown. I forgot to hit pause on that Twitter video. All right, here's Ashton Genty on Micah Parsons' podcast.
All right.
By week 4, I wasn't seeing anything less than an 8-man box. So that means the whole defense, every single week, is geared towards stopping me, and they still couldn't.
No, I've been rooting for you to be Heisman since I've been watching you play. What do you say for the people who kind of disagree with that?
People want to talk about the conferences, okay, whatever. But, you know, when I played in ranked games against ranked teams, put up big numbers against them and prove that it doesn't matter who that I'm playing against. And then just for us to win the conference, not only that, but, you know, make history and bring Boise State to their first ever playoff appearance. I mean, I feel like there you go. Like that was the final check box. I have put a lot of work in, and I have helped lead this team, you know, to the success that we have right now. A big part of that was on me. Like since the beginning of the year, the pressure was on me to, you know, lead the team and help us get to where we need to be.
God, that sounds like Jeremy Rutherford talking about himself with Zach Bolduc.
Very, very humble.
Ashton Genty, for the record, had 192 yards at Oregon. There aren't a whole lot of ranked teams that they faced outside of the Ducks in Eugene, but they did play against UNLV, Barry Odom's former team. He had 209 this past Friday night. And the other game, 128 yards, as Jackson knows, because I was, of course, kind enough, generous enough, philanthropic enough. I hope this doesn't come off as arrogant. To share with him my Bud Fox-like information about the Boise State UNLV game, and our source in Boise said in that game, in which he only ran for 128 yards, which was his, quote, worst game of the year, Boise State had 2 of their starters hurt on the offensive line. I got to tell you this, Doug, and I'm going to talk like this because it means I might have some inside information.
Oh, okay.
That's what this dialect.
All right.
I'm going to tell you this. When I look at that bottom half of the bracket and I see James Franklin and I see SMU is Boise State's opponent in the second round, I like the fact that I got Boise State at plus like 50,000 to win the national championship. And then I look at the bottom half of that bottom bracket and I see Corson Beck and the Georgia Bulldogs and I see Notre Dame and Indiana. And I think to myself, could you see Oregon and Boise State having a rematch for the college football playoff championship?
That is funny. Funny stuff.
Could I have all that money? Could I have all that money?
Are you saying there's a path?
Yeah. There is a path for the bottom half of that bracket. The bottom half of that bracket is weak.
You got him at plus 5,000, did you say?
50,000.
50,000. So if you bet what, like $2?
What are you trying to say?
So you get $100,000.
That was South City shaming. 6309, mount up, all change. My dad pays for my bets, Martin.
Yeah, that's what
Jimmy, here's a roll of quarters. Missy was going to go to the laundromat, but you just tell you it's better you spend it on gambling.
We heard that with the SMU clip about the guy who spends $50,000 a month. His parents give him.
That's right. There's a precedent.
Yeah. Quick. This might be a dumb question, but those I feel like are more welcome than good questions. If this was last year and there was only 4, who would be the 4 in the field to make the playoff?
Oh, I kind of like this question.
Oh,
I don't have a problem with that question at all.
I wasn't prepared
Yeah,
for this.
This Jackson, I'll tell you, he'll...
Ohio State, Oregon,
okay, well, without question, Oregon is in. That's a universal truth.
And Georgia would be in.
I would imagine Georgia would have to be in as well.
But would have Georgia been in before their SEC championship win?
No.
Yeah, they needed that to get in.
Right.
And does that eliminate Texas?
I think Texas would be out.
Notre Dame would be in. Penn State probably out. Maybe Boise State.
So in for sure, Oregon, Georgia, Notre Dame, agree?
I think Notre Dame
Oregon,
would be
Georgia
in.
for sure. I'm now considering who else would be in the mix. I don't think Arizona State would get in.
No, probably not. And you can't put in Penn State if you're not going to put in Ohio State, because the head-to-head, they're kind of handcuffed in that way.
Let me tell you a little something about this head-to-head we heard a whole lot about. Clemson plays SMU on Saturday night. They beat them. 12 hours later, SMU is seated higher than Clemson. Just want to talk about head-to-head. Ohio State beat Penn State in Happy Valley. Penn State is seated higher than Ohio State. Both teams have 2 losses. I just want to talk to you a little bit about this head-to-head we heard so much about with South Carolina and who the man could be, the coach of the year, Jackson's guy, Shane Beamer.
That was a little Stephen A. Smith there, just for a second, just a brief moment of Stephen A. And I liked it.
If they're going to pay him, $15 million a year, we need to act more like him, I think.
It's true. It's true.
We're in talks to have Coach Pinkel on the show next week, and he was on the committee. I don't know if this is going to happen or not, but would love to get him on. I don't know how great a detail he'll go into, but he was on that committee, and it's sort of fascinating to understand.
Absolutely.
Like, how did they come up with these rankings?
If we go back to the years before there was a playoff, it'd be pretty obvious who the national champion would be right now.
100%.
Oregon, and whoever they beat in the Rose Bowl.
Right.
Yeah, if you're going back to like the 1990s. By the way, Martin, I don't know, you weren't on the program at this time last year, but Jackson loves the sunset in Pasadena.
Yeah, for the Rose Bowl. I think it's there was talks of it because it was messing up some schedule because of the way the schedule.
Yeah, the world revolves around the Rose Bowl and that effing sunset.
Yes.
And then Jackson defends this.
Well, it's like if you were given a choice, like if you could somehow control something and it would be beautiful weather at Augusta
I
for
like
the
you
Masters.
say weather, kind of as a tribute to the Irish.
Weather. As like if you could pick to have beautiful weather for the Masters, you obviously would. If you can pick to have the sunset at the Rose Bowl, you're going to pick to have the sunset at the Rose Bowl.
Starting to sound like a Marjorie Taylor Greene tweet. Who's controlling the sunset?
The sun would set at every stadium, wouldn't it? Every outdoor stadium, you'd get a sunset.
That sounds like a Mike Kelly quote. The sun sets on Faroe Field. No,
You've
I just
got
think
one sunset at Faroe Field. How will you spend it?
But I like if you can do it. I think it adds to the mystique of the Rose Bowl. One of the few bowls that has a little bit that isn't sullied by sponsorship or other things. It's like, it's the Rose Bowl, the granddaddy of them all.
Why do you hate corporate America?
Well, that's an Ernie Johnson line, unsullied by sponsorship since 1989.
Okay. Good morning. Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah. Why is Jackson obsessed with shoving national sports audio down our throats but refuses to play any drops? Peace and love, peace and love. That's from Big Tough.
I played a lot of drop today, Tuft.
It says here the Rose Bowl is presented by Prudential.
Right, but you don't say but it doesn't have the same.
Not the Prudential Rose Bowl.
It's not like the Cheez-Its Citrus Bowl, which is I wouldn't have picked those two brands for synergy, but I don't know.
I like Cheez-Its.
Lemon-flavored Cheez-It.
Yeah, wash it down with some orange juice. What? A bowl of Cheez-Its.
That's awful.
Hey, Martin, I need your advice. My button-weaned husband is locked up in the pool house with his chastity cage on. I lost the key. I've been throwing him some Straub's chicken salad to get by, but this is no way for a Cadasco man to go down. Thoughts? That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. She has a monogramming business.
So she's looking for advice how to get him out?
Yeah.
And the chicken salad is not doing it?
Good chicken salad.
Go KFC, maybe.
Yeah, this always goes back to Jeremy Rutherford's KFC.
Probably extra crispy. Yeah.
Why is my dad get involved?
He's helping me out. Trying to work it into a sponsorship.
Again, Hitchcock's going to join us coming up. Doug, you can live stream this program with the TMA STL app or the 101 ESPN app. Schaefer Door Company sponsors them both.
Right. So you can get in and out of your house and you can get out of your house because your garage door is going to be working if you had Schaefer Door out to your house like I did. I had a problem. A couple months ago, the garage door wouldn't go up. The garage door wouldn't go down. Ah, yes, down, up. It wouldn't do either. So I called old Schaefer Door. Jason Gosfro sent a guy out there. They took a look. I thought I was going to need a whole new door. No, sir. I just needed a strut. They fixed it up good as new, and they were out there. I mean, toot sweet. They've got a special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. That's pretty handy because for whatever reason, that seems to be when most doors go bad. You can call or text them to get the service. I'm going to go ahead and give that number now, so write it down. 636-782-3600. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. The business has multiple family members working there and have worked there for years. Big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough that when you call, you actually talk with a person. Yes, they can handle those big warehouse doors. Schaefer's experience in all types of jobs. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Ken Hitchcock joining us next on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. This is the Morning After. It's 101 ESPN. YouTube.com/TMASTL. YouTube.com/TMASTL. And then there's the 101 ESPN YouTube channel as well. You're always welcome to get involved on the program anytime you want. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines former Blues head coach, ladies and gentlemen, Ken Hitchcock with us here on 101 ESPN. Morning, Coach.
Good morning. How are you?
We are wonderful, and we are delighted to have you on the program. Where are you this morning?
Yeah, Palm Springs, California.
Oh, Doug.
Nice.
Means he's got it figured out,
It
Tim.
does.
Guess so.
Got it all figured out.
Probably warm and sunny out there.
It's a little chilly today, but it beats what's going on in Edmonton or Calgary. So.
Oh, that's for sure. That's for sure.
Well, Coach, we wanted to have you on, talk some hockey, but also congrats. We didn't talk to you when you went into the Hockey Hall of Fame, and then this year St. Louis gets to salute you as well. It's the MAC, the Jack Buck Sports Awards, one of the staples on the sports calendar here every December, and you're getting the Bobby Plager Legends Award, so we'll see you back in town on Monday. How much fun is it for you to get back in town and get saluted by the local folks here?
Well, I had so much fun when I was in St. Louis, and I really enjoyed it. And I got a lot of really good friends, so it's going to be good to catch up. I haven't been around the team that much, so getting to visit with the coaches is going to be great too.
And we had Doug Armstrong in studio last week, and he said the hardest thing he ever did was when he had to fire you, and he's the one who'll be presenting you on Monday, and people are always surprised to hear you two were friends, and you remain friends.
Yeah, we've remained really close. Doug was my boss, and we worked together in Dallas for a long time, we've remained friends for a long, long time. We've known each other for almost 40 years now, so it's been a long go.
How do you get over that, though? And he actually teared up, which I've never seen Doug Armstrong tear up about anything. He can be cold and calculating. That's part of the job. But what do you remember about him having to let you go?
Well, I think it was emotional for both of us. It's the nature of the business, and you only last so long when you're pushing people for a living and getting them to do things that are uncomfortable. It doesn't last forever. So we were both pretty emotional about it, but both of us recovered really quickly, to be honest with you.
And you've continued to work for the team. What's your current role? And then tell folks even about your Craig Berube relationship. I know Chief would comment all the time how, I talked to Hitch about this, or I called Hitch last night. Tell folks the depth of that relationship.
Well, I had Craig as a junior hockey player, and so I've known him since he was a teenager. We have a very close relationship, and when he was in St. Louis, and I became kind of the advisor, we pretty much talked every day, and it's similar to what's going on with Monty. Monty and I, we speak pretty much every day, or certainly every non-game day. So my job with the Blues right now is to stay connected to Monty and his staff, and then I also work with the American League team. So I'm grateful for being able to stay involved, and I'm really grateful for being able to work with these guys.
We've heard a lot about the Monty bump and his personality. Robert Thomas is on this show. He said, he's actually kind of funny. John Kelly yesterday said there's a different energy around the club. What is it about Montgomery, and how long can that last? Because we always see it with the new coach. Doug, what do you call that, a dead cat bounce?
Dead cat bounce.
But this seems like maybe it's more sustainable. What is it about Montgomery?
Well, this isn't a bounce. This is who he is. He's a really detailed guy, and being able to get the players to buy into what he sees as details is really important. And that's kind of where he's at, guys, is he's unbelievable as far as paying attention to the details that you need to win. You look at the game last night, our checking details were impeccable. We really created a lot of turnovers because of it, and that's just who Monty is. That's what this team is going to become. He's going to get this team to buy into a detailed game that involves checking to create offense, and it's going to be sustainable for a long time.
Does a coach know when the message is stale? I think even when Chief got fired last year, he told me, it was about time. Like, does a coach know that they're not listening?
You know when there's a kind of pause in the personality of your team. It's a bad feeling, to be honest with you guys, but you know it ahead of time. Any coach that says he was shocked by the firing, I don't think is telling the truth, because you have this feeling that things aren't right because there's hesitation in your game, there's hesitation in the reaction, and you know that sometimes your message is either not being heard or not being sold in the room, and you know it before anybody else knows it.
Is there any team out there that could lure you back into an active coaching role? I know it's been 5 years since you last were a head coach. Anything that would entice you to come back?
Not a chance.
Think about it at least.
I would say the one way is if they allowed me to run practices and run the bench and just coach the home games, I might think about it, but I'm not going traveling again.
But that just the home games. That sounds like a Mike Shannon kind of deal, Tim. But you know what? People might laugh. Oh, he's in his 70s. But your pal Tony La Russa did it, even at an older age than that, 76. And that relationship always struck me because you came in right after Tony retired, I think. But yet you two had a bond.
Yeah, a really strong bond. I know when Tony went to his last game, about a month into it, we were talking. He said, "What the hell have I done here?" Because he had the same feeling. Like, to be honest, guys, it's not the competition that wears you out. It's not the intensity of the competition. What wears you out is the travel. And when you get up and you have to go look outside your room to see what your room number is, you're in trouble. And that's where I got to, is where I didn't even know where I was at sometimes, and you get burned out from all the travel that you got to go through.
And did you guys ever talk strategy or coaching styles?
Coaching styles a lot we talked. Yeah, and I was amazed at the way he thought and how much he thought like further ahead than I thought. You know, he was always thinking 2 and 3 innings ahead. I was fascinated by the way he managed the game and the way he thought through the game and the details that were in his mind. It might have been the 3rd inning, and he was already thinking about what he was going to do in 6 and 7. I was amazed by that.
Ken Hitchcock, our guest, he's getting the Bobby Plager Legends Award at the Jack Buck Sports Awards Monday night at the MAC. The fact that it's got Bobby Plager's name on it, I would think, and yes, you are a Hockey Hall of Famer. You've been a Coach of the Year. You won a Stanley Cup. But just the association with Bobby Plager, I would think, also has special meaning.
Oh, he was so terrific for us and so much fun to be around. Every time he was around the team and hanging in the locker room or sitting with us, I was so happy because he could expound on what it's like to be a member of a real close-knit group like they were in St. Louis when him and Barkley were there. And I could sit all day and listen to him tell stories and talk about what it was like being part of that team. And I think it really helped us because he was able to explain to us how a team really works and when it's deeply connected like those Blues teams were.
The story I heard, well, I mean, I didn't just hear it. I heard directly from the guys. Coach, this is something else, and I don't know, I mean, but it shows the appreciation the people in the organization had for him. It was maybe midway through the Bruins series in the Stanley Cup Final in 2019. And there was talk, and they didn't wind up doing it. Pietrangelo handed the cup to Jay Bouwmeester, but there was talk of having Bobby Plager be the one to be the first one to be handed the cup. That's how much the current players thought of him and the people in the organization thought of him. That is perhaps the ultimate compliment, isn't it?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think the best way to describe it is Bobby Plager was the ultimate team player. And all of us learned so much from what it took to be a team player and all the work that had to get put in. I think that's what all of us felt was that if you want to know how to be a team player, then just go talk to Bob Plager.
And, Coach, you mentioned the game last night, so I know you're watching it. You're talking to Monty at least every other day. How good is this team now? We weren't that excited a few weeks ago. Is this a playoff team for sure?
Well, if they continue to improve the way they are, they're going to be a playoff. They're going to just blow by people. Their buy-in is deeper and deeper and getting deeper every day. They're buying into things that are hard, which is a really good sign. Things that don't require skill, they require work and second effort and determination. They're buying it deeper and deeper now. And you never know. You never know when you got a team that's committed to each other like you're starting to show. A lot of things can happen in a really positive way. And this team has a chance now with the way they're playing to really grow and become one.
Ken Hitchcock, our guest here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. One of the players that gets a lot of attention, before they won the Cup, it was Jay Bomeister. Then after, it was Colton Parayko. And currently, it's Jordan Kyrou, although they're winning, so we're not hearing as much right now from the fan base. There's usually a lightning rod. I'm sure you've seen that over the course of your career, the lightning rods in the particular cities. Jordan Kyrou had a goal last night. He has seemingly found his game with Jim Montgomery as the head coach over those 7 games. As you watch him play, you see the speed he has. What is your opinion of Kyrou's game and what you observe could be better and what it is that he has that could make him a special player as well?
Well, he's got terrific skill. He's got great vision. I think what you're seeing right now is Monty's being able to draw the work ethic at the puck. In other words, with the puck, he's been able to draw it out of both Kyrou and Thomas. You're starting to see them impact games and control hockey games like they did last night. And when you get that, when a skilled player is determined with the puck, as those guys are now, then the sky's the limit. They're not chasing. They're not waiting for someone else to give it to them. They're going and getting it. They're being strong with it. They're hunting it down. Now you're skilled with work, and the combination is electric. I think if both guys continue to improve off of what they're showing right now, you're going to see special players.
Hitch was one of the best sound bites we had going. We'd love to run down there and do some interviews. And I remember it was Saturday, I think it snowed, and the city's shutting down because there was like an inch of snow. And we're down there saying, hey, Coach, will the game still happen? And Hitch is like, oh, for the love of God. Has anybody ever... Do you remember seeing St. Louis panic when there was an inch of snow?
I remember them panic when they just said there might be flurries.
Yeah, that's enough to get us going.
Might be flurries.
Hitch, I've got a text here from one of our loyal listeners and a friend of mine, super fan of the game, that's for sure. And he said, can you ask him about the time he was in Philly and he had to pay a fine to the league office? I hope I'm not setting you up with a terrible story. I don't know what this is, so I'm asking blind. Are you aware of said story?
Yes.
Okay, what do we got?
Are you okay to talk about that story?
Well, I was leaving the bench, and I walked into the wrong room, which was the referee's room. And they weren't happy about that, so we had some choice words, and I was a lot poorer the next morning.
Wow. Oh, got fined for that?
Boy, did I ever.
Oh, wow.
Sorry about that.
I did not know that.
I couldn't buy a new car for 5 years after I got fined.
Wow. They hit him hard. So the league took that pretty serious, it sounds like.
I guess what they described is I kicked the wrong door in, so.
I see.
He kicked it in. He didn't just walk in. He kicked it in. I was looking at your long list of accomplishments here that include the Order of Hockey in Canada. That sounds important. Hall of Fame. I bet with all you've done, though, nothing really compares to winning the Stanley Cup. That probably tops everything, doesn't it?
Yeah, it felt like when you win the Cup, it feels like a natural buildup. You've built your team over years, just like they did in St. Louis, and then you're successful. But there's nothing like winning an Olympic gold medal. I got to tell you, like winning gold medals, because it's for your country and it means so much to other people. It's kind of a very humbling experience. Whereas winning a cup is a build-up experience that you're really proud of and you really feel part of for the rest of your life. But winning a gold medal is a little piece for everybody in your home country, and it's a special feeling.
What a career it has been, and it will be celebrated this coming Monday here in St. Louis with the Jack Buck Awards. Ken Hitchcock receiving the Bobby Plager Award. Martin, it was great to get a chance to talk it over with Coach Hitchcock.
Yeah, and Hitch, I did not get Strickland's permission to have you on. I hope I won't be reprimanded by the league myself.
Oh, you never know with Andy. He's got connections everywhere.
That's true. It's true.
I like that clip.
Hitch, we'll see you on Monday night. Unless there's flurries, we will see you Monday night.
All right, take care, guys.
Thanks.
All right,
That's
thank
Ken
you.
Hitchcock with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, giving us some his stories. So now I get it. So he was not happy with the zebras, Doug, and he decided he was going to kick in the door and give him a piece of his mind.
You got to do that
It
sometimes.
started as an accident. I thought, well, actually, the real story may have been that it wasn't an accident and the league was not happy.
Right.
Yeah, it sounds
Probably knew where
That might be a
his locker room
KG
was.
deep dive. What was that? He said he didn't buy a car for 5 years.
They hit him hard on that
You
one.
talk about how hard it is to keep your job as an NHL coach, though. When he was in Dallas, he finished in first place, including a Stanley Cup win 5 years in a row. The next year, there's 6 games over 500. They fire him.
Gotta go.
It's unbelievable.
Gotta go.
I love talking to Hitch. And Rich Gould, not a big fan of leaving the sports office if he didn't have to. He would volunteer to go to Blues practice because of Hitch. He liked hearing him tell stories. And all that snow day, he said, "Oh, for the love of God, what's going on?" We said, "Well, it might be 2 inches of snow." He goes, "Oh, and so nobody can make it to the game tonight?" There was like a debate whether they could play the game. And he said, these guys grew up with a foot of snow in April. You know?
Martin, you know something about Design Air Heating and Cooling and the wonderful Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up in an hour in which we're giving away Cardinal tickets to the win.
If you're living in Palm Springs, you might have to kick in the AC. But if you're in Edmonton, you've got the furnace on maybe 10 months of the year. But we're talking about folks in St. Louis who do the same. Keeping it cool in the summer, warm wintertime, you got to make sure you've got an HVAC partner. And that's what Design Air can be for you, a great partner. When the furnace is acting amok, you call Design Air. This is the longest running TMA supporter. I keep waiting for Seth Goldcamp to say, stop saying that. Long-time supporter here, and it's a business that's a fourth-generation business. And when the furnace is acting up, you know what the deal is. You hit that 72, 73, 74, and that tells you the actual temp, and it's much lower. It's not working right. Have the folks come out, and in addition to coming out and fixing it, they're not going to try and upsell you. That's the added stress you don't need when the furnace needs repair. They'll let you know what the repair is, get it done quick, efficient. You can book online, designairservice.com. Get online, book with Design Air, the folks that support TMA. They've been around since 1904.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Design Air Heating and Cooling sponsor of the email of the day. Coming up at 10:45. Send yours in. We're giving away Cardinal tickets the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Nolan Arenado has added teams to the list that he would go to. We will have the list for you on the other side of the break. It's next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
It's December 11th. That means the 12 days of savings are underway at your neighborhood Schnucks. 12 days, December 11th all the way through December 22nd. You're going to save big with the 12 days of savings. Every day during the event, Schnucks is going to drop a new digital coupon with a hot offer. Just look in the Schnucks Rewards app. Check out your daily offer. Clip that digital coupon. That's only in the app. By now, hopefully you've done this. Download the Schnucks Rewards app. You're going to save money year-round, but this time of year, how about 25% off your holiday essentials? Things like party trays, great for that office party. Save big money during these 12 days of savings. Get on the app, Schnucks Rewards. Get the digital coupons updated daily. Each offer lasts just that day. Be sure to grab these hot deals while you can. Check out the weekly ad, the Schnucks Rewards app, viewing all the great offers. For more information, Schnucks, the place to go to stock up for the holidays, and you can do it while also saving money, up to 25% off. Schnucks, 12 days of savings. It's only in the Schnucks Rewards app.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The other quarterfinal for the NBA Cup, the Thunder defeat the Mavericks 118-104. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, everything in this guy's life is consistent, including scoring 39 points for SGA. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, here's the deal. I don't know if 4 hours is enough today.
No, let's do 7 or 8.
I don't know if 4 hours is enough. We have so much to get to. I don't even know where to begin, but I teased this, so I got to go with it. Nolan Arenado, per the CBSSports.com writer Dane Perry, has expanded the list of teams he would be willing to go to. Would you like to guess? There are 6 teams.
6 teams.
We talked about some earlier. The list has now grown. Dane Perry with us on CBSSports.com.
Sounds like he's desperate to get out. He's just adding on. So what did we know? We knew Dodgers, Red Sox, Yankees.
Now, according to this, the Yankees actually aren't on this.
I think the Padres are on the list.
That's correct. I'm surprised with the Yankees thing. I don't get that because I thought that was the whole thing, but who knows?
Braves, maybe?
Nope. Dodgers, Mets, Red Sox, Phillies, Angels, Padres. Those are the 6. I can't believe the Yankees wouldn't be on there, though.
I saw some SNY article early this morning that said, like, Yankees think Arenado wouldn't be a good fit. Let me pull that. I'm going to find that.
Wow. Now, Angels, does that equal winning?
That's what I was about to say when I saw the Angels on the list.
He's from Newport Beach.
Oh, yeah. It'd be perfect for locale, but not if you want to win.
Right.
No. Yeah, that's for shutting it down, taking my money, and living by the beach.
And trying to get to a +5 index and qualifying for the U.S. Open. That's where he would focus his attention at that point.
I could see him.
Anthony Rendon, though, has really gotten after it since going there.
Yeah. No, he hasn't.
Not really into it either.
The North Star for work ethic.
That could be the hot corner for guys who are just shutting it down.
According to Jack Curry of the Yes Network.
Jack Curry, Doug.
Okay.
The Yankees currently believe that Arenado is, quote, not a fit for the 2025 roster, with the rationale centered around his sizable price tag and underwhelming 2024 campaign.
Wow.
That's
and
no
then Jack
good.
Curry, he is like a regular Yankee reporter. So, I mean,
if the Yankees are saying no.
If the Yankees think you're overpaid, you got problems.
Oh, boy.
They just backed it up.
The Angels would be a great partner. Would you rather play for the Angels and have no chance to win than the Cardinals and have no chance to win? It might come down to that. I mean, San Diego, yes, everybody'd love to go there now. I'm not sure they have a spot for them.
Yeah.
I get the sense, and you were on this, I'm telling you, this Martin Kilcoyne, Doug, you can talk about Derek Gould, you can talk about Katie Woo, you can talk about...
Well, we could, I guess.
John Talty.
John Talty, thank you.
Yep.
But when Martin talks, I listen on this Cardinal team. He's either got intuition or he's got information. I don't know. But when you were saying there's a little something there yesterday, sure enough, his agent talks, and now he's expanded the list of teams to include the Angels. And I don't think the Angels are expected to be particularly good next year. This is a man who, by tomorrow, might be willing to go to Miami.
Okay, the list is up to 12.
Yeah, dude, he's
go back to Colorado.
He said he's willing to be traded to the Mets. I mean, this guy... It's unbelievable.
The Mets can't have much money left, can they?
Oh, they got plenty.
Steve Cohen has like a bottomless pocket.
What if he goes back to Colorado and they say, well, we're paying him anyway? we might as well take him back.
That would be actually
Isn't that
really
just
funny.
unbelievable that it's come to this? Like, okay, we're expanding the list. And for those who missed it, the agent said, do we have that, Joel? I mean, probably don't have time, but he basically said there's a little more there. I'll leave that between them.
I think there's that's very, very important to the conversation. Here it is. This is Nolan Arenado's agent, Joe Wolf.
Nolan wants to win. I mean, and there's more details, but that's really between them. And I don't want to have any effect on what Mo's trying to do. So...
There's more details, but that's between them. Now, it could be that they're desperate to play younger players, and they've told him you don't want to be here. But I think he's alluding to other things where they're just kind of like, yeah, you don't want to be here. Yeah, we're good with that. You need to go.
You don't want to be here.
Like they're all on the same page. But I'm starting to worry now if the Yankees are out of the mix.
Yes, and if the Angels have just been included into the mix. Oh, boy.
Yeah, if you got to pay most of his salary, you may as well keep him here.
Yeah, I don't think
I'm
that's
going to
gonna
disagree.
Yeah, that
Well, if
and
you're going to pay most of the salary, why not?
it's like, does it impede somebody else who could who could
Who's being
flourish?
impeded?
I don't
who?
I'm just saying, like, if this is your rationale behind doing this is one, hopefully offloading a lot of the price tag, but also freeing up space for guys to at least try or have consistent at bats, consistent chances in the lineup.
Well, they've given Gorman a few years now. I don't know that.
What'd you not like about his second half last year?
I don't know that. I would be surprised if he came up and all of a sudden he's a 40 home run, 100 RBI guy. I don't think he is.
But then they'll trade him and he'll go out and be, Mickey Mantle.
If you can unload the salary, great. But if you can't, you may as well keep a star player, right?
Who without saying it, kind of saying, I don't want to be here.
Well, that's tough. Tough.
I like GM, Doug.
You're stuck here. It's too bad.
The Angels are where players go to end their careers and collect a check. Arenado will be with the Red Sox. That's from the 314. It's time to move Arenado and let Brett Wallace have his chance at third.
No.
That's from the River to Pear yacht captain.
No.
You want to see Brett Wallace?
No. I couldn't believe what I was watching when they put him at third base. It's like, come on, this is not a major league player.
Doug, I told you my jersey burning was a good idea. You're all invited to my fire pit. That's from Sharon in Clayton.
Okay.
She's going to burn his jersey.
Well, what's he done to deserve that treatment?
Sharon, call in. Chairman Kurt will answer your call, 314-974-0101. Or you can email in and win Cardinal tickets for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Maybe you can burn the jersey outside Busch Stadium. Doug, you want to tell us about Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota?
Well, sure. It's probably where you ought to go. If you're wondering where it is, it's the closest Acura dealer to West County, really, much of St. Louis. It's on Manchester Road, just a little bit west of 270. Although Munganess St. Louis Acura is not open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Their website is always open. On their website, you can research and view the new Acura models that you'd like to purchase or lease. So you can also check out their entire inventory of new and used vehicles, value your trade-in, meet the staff people to familiarize yourself with the staff who are committed to making your visit to Munganess St. Louis Acura a great experience every time. Even if you don't buy your car there, you can certainly get it serviced there. That's what a lot of people do. They've got a number here to get you straight to the muckety mucks. I'm going to go ahead and release that number now. 314-252-0029.
Nice.
That'll get you straight to the muckety mucks like Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganess or Ryan Seiberg there in the service department. You get top-notch service that everybody does, really, but this will make you feel like you're getting a private service because they want to make sure that our listeners are taken well care of, and they are. Again, the website, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
There it is. Munganess, sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour here on TMA, and it is 10:03. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Martin, that means you have your onboarding too.
I got more onboarding to go to, and I do have time for one errors, omissions, corrections.
Oh, what do we have?
Just scrolling through the text line. The Emos buffet closed down during COVID.
No!
So we referenced that
back up?
We referenced it with JR, but apparently it's closed.
No. Jamie Rivers is going to be joining us coming up, next segment? Yeah. Next segment. All right, Jamie Rivers is going to be with us. Also, quite a situation with the burglaries in the NFL. Joe Burrow was playing Monday Night Football. His home was burglarized on Monday night, but Doug, wait till you hear who was there. We have the 911 call when it all went down. That's coming up in the Munganess 10 o'clock hour, in addition to a huge Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, in which we're giving away Cardinal tickets as a prize. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Send in rip our asses. Really give us the what's what and the who's who. Send them in. Anything is welcome. Doesn't matter. It's the TMA Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Martin, have a wonderful day. Good luck with the onboarding.
Thank you. Hoping to complete that by the end of the year.
Jamie Rivers is with us. Next, this is TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA. Jackson, let's get Jamie Rivers on, and let's get him on now because I'm not going to allow you to hijack the show with more Oklahoma City Thunder talk, Doug. Jamie Rivers has a heart out.
Okay.
And we can't get him on because Jackson's hijacking the program. Morning, Jamie.
Morning, guys. I told Jackson that if nothing else, my buddies over at TMA are consistent.
Consistently bad in so many different ways, but especially with timing.
I didn't say that, Tim. You went there. Okay. Now, will I disagree with you? No, but I didn't say that.
I appreciate it. I respect it, as a matter of fact. Are you guys still in Vancouver? What's going on?
We're on the road trip that never ends, Tim.
Oh my God! I thought you were flying back overnight.
No. So as wonky as the schedule is, I mean, we've been gone for 10 days on this trip, but I guess to fly back last night would have been tough. The guys don't get a good sleep on the plane.
Yeah.
And then you have today to kind of try and recover, and then they play again tomorrow night. So I guess the smart decision was get back to the hotel room, get as much of a sleep as you can, travel back today, and then get ready for a game yet again tomorrow night.
Wow.
Schedule.
Puts the boys to the test. Well, either way, got to be feeling some momentum. I mean, if I was saying earlier on the show, if you would have set an over-under of 4.5 points for the trip, I would have been put to the test. So to get 6 points and play the caliber of opposition they did, play the way that they did, you got to be coming back with a little fire under your ass. What did you think about last night in Vancouver?
I thought it was awesome. I mean, I honestly feel like this whole road trip has been fantastic. And you're right, Tim. Like, coming onto this trip, you know, we talk and whatnot, and I'm sure the players do too. And you wanted to be 500. Like, we were saying, if 500 is what happens on this trip, that's an amazing road trip because the Western Canadian road trip is no more just the gimme points than it was, you know, a handful of years ago. And now you've got a tough team in Winnipeg. Calgary's playing well. Obviously, Edmonton is a Stanley Cup contender. And the Vancouver Canucks have been a revelation the last 2 years under Rick Tocchet. So, you know, you were in it at that point. And then so to come out of this thing with 6 points, I mean, you could say that it was like the make or break it time for the season. I mean, if you drop 3 instead of winning 3, things look way different in the standings right now because the Western Conference teams just keep winning. Even though the Blues are winning, the other teams keep winning too. And if you're not keeping pace, you get buried at this point. So this was a massive, massive trip for the Blues.
They have to be really happy with the way Joel Hofer has played, too. He looked good again last night, didn't he?
He's a great goalie. You know, we're very blessed in St. Louis. You know, there's not a lot of teams in the league that have the true 1A, 1B. They'll say they have it, but they don't have the true 1A, 1B, where St. Louis really does. You know, you've got Joel Hofer, who's he played 2 really tough games.
Yeah.
He got the Winnipeg Jets and he got the Vancouver Canucks. I mean, there's no gimmies there. So he stood on his head last night a couple of times, made some good saves. And both him and Jordan Binnington have done an exceptional job of backstopping this retooling team, whatever you want to call it. But at the same time, if you look at the shots on goal and the high danger chances against, this team has done a much better job over the last 7-8 games of limiting those opportunities. So now the goalies, they don't have to stand on their head the whole frigging game. You know, just once or twice a game where they can keep you going and keep the game close or keep you ahead in the game. And that's much easier for these guys to do than trying to do it 10, 12, or even 14 times in a game.
The performance from Dylan Holloway last night, the game-winning goal, the performance overall, your thoughts?
My buddy, Hollywood Holloway.
Hollywood Holloway.
Oh, look at this kid. He's got the blonde hair, blue eyes. He's chiseled, skates down. I'm like, you know, this kid's meant for Hollywood, not the NHL. But either way, he's playing awesome. The speed that he has and the tenacity that he has on the puck, like, it's one thing to be a fast, skilled player, but it's another thing to be a fast, skilled player that won't be denied. And you see so many times last night where he's battling through checks on the wall. He's battling through guys. He's blocking multiple shots out there, multiple shots in his shift. He's keeping Quinn Hughes on the blue line where Quinn Hughes couldn't even get around him, couldn't shake him. Like, there's so many things about this kid's game that are super impressive right now. Let's not forget, he's only really got a year-ish in the NHL under his belt. Like, he's still figuring out what kind of player he's going to be. And under Jim Montgomery, I mean, the ceiling's extremely high for this guy.
Did you run into anybody in Edmonton who was upset that they let those two guys get away?
Yeah, pretty much everyone, Doug.
Everybody was mad.
Everyone.
Yeah.
I didn't run into one person, guys, that was like, oh, we're fine with that. Every single person was like, we can't stand you guys. Why, you stole our players. I'm like, no, you idiots, let them go. It's not my fault. Like, if you're mad at somebody, you need to quit. The old Dr. Phil, quit projecting onto me. You're mad at your GM. You're not mad at us.
Yeah. Boxed them in, man.
That's the way it was. The theme was just that they're pissed off about it.
It's something else. It's really becoming one hell of a story with the way these guys are playing and the way the team overall now is playing. Get to see them at home in St. Louis tomorrow night, then back on the road they go before starting to get some more home games in St. Louis. So safe travels. And I would agree. Dylan Holloway, Hollywood, I think you kind of were describing Jackson Burkett, though. Blonde hair, blue eyes, chiseled jaw.
Chiseled?
That's exactly what Jamie was doing right there.
He's doughy. Huh?
That was Jackson's doppelganger, for sure.
See? There you go.
I don't know.
See, Doug?
Don't call me
Get
doughy.
on board.
Not doughy. I'm a star, just like Holloway.
Gosh.
Oh, God. Now
Separated that bird.
Thank you, Jamie. Safe travels.
Have a good one, guys. Take care.
Thank you. It's
thank
Jamie
you.
Rivers with us here. Boys flying back today. I guess that makes sense.
Oh, it makes all kinds of sense.
I've flown back with them before from Vancouver, and they would sometimes do the. Actually, matter of fact, now that I think about it, we would do the next day.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that means what's that? Probably a 4.5, 5 hours.
Probably. Well, I can imagine if you have to come up with 30 or more hotel rooms, it's an enormous expense to stay another night. But at least everybody gets to sleep for 8 or 9 hours, and then you wake up feeling reasonable, and the flight's not so miserable.
I mean, logic would dictate you go, okay, the Sharks are coming to town. They've lost 3 in a row. Boys should take care of them if they can take care of the Jets, Flames, and Canucks on the Western Canadian road trip. Maybe they'll be a little tired, Doug. Are you going to short the market and go sharking tomorrow?
I won't, but every time you think you got it figured out, like a game like this seems like a no-brainer. It tends to go the other way. It seems like it does.
Can you guys sleep on planes? You guys?
There was a time, I think I was at a Rams 49ers game in San Francisco, and we had a red-eye back. And I need a lot of leg room.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so I had an empty row to myself, and as we were taking off, I fell asleep, and the next time I woke up is we were making our descent into St. Louis.
The greatest. It's the greatest.
Oh, so strong.
It's like it's like time traveling. It's the greatest.
Glorious.
Yeah.
But I remember seeing Steve Ott I think it was Vancouver actually last year, and I saw him the next morning, and it was like 2 hours. Our kids both played the hockey in the same league, and I said, "My God, what are you doing here?" And he goes, I can't sleep on the bird anyway, so I just came right on over. And I like that. I go, the bird. That's a hockey term. I like that. I can't sleep on the bird anyway.
So nice.
Yeah, I got to weave that into my lexicon.
I can sleep anywhere.
You're an Olympic caliber?
Olympic caliber sleeper, yeah.
Send your emails in. Design Air Heating and Cooling email. It is coming up in about a half hour here on the program. We haven't talked about the Joe Burrow break-in. This happened to Mahomes and Kelsey in Kansas City. Now they hit Cincinnati while Joe Burrow was playing in Dallas on Monday Night Football. And wait till you hear who was at his house and then the 911 call. Mm-hmm. This is good stuff, Doug. We got that. We got an epidemic in the NFL. That's on the other side of the break. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, we are two of the most wealthy people in the St. Louis area.
Yeah.
And yet our homes are safe while we are performing this award-winning presentation every morning, and have been for you for the last 17 years, me for the last 20 years.
At least as of today.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. But for Joe Burrow, for Patrick Mahomes, for Travis Kelce, when they're playing games, criminals are invading their home. Joe Burrow's house was burglarized while he was away on Monday night playing in Dallas against the Cowboys. It was reported around 9:14 p.m. while he was playing in Monday Night Football, according to an incident report. And we have the 911 call, Jackson?
Mm-hmm.
All right, take a listen if you would.
Someone is trying to break into the house right now. My daughter is there. This is Joe Burrow's house. She is staying there. He's at the football game. She's wondering what she should do, if she should be hiding or if she should be going outside.
Did someone trying to break in?
Yes, she said someone was in the house.
Location of your material?
Someone broke into my house.
You have
It's
a
like
time frame?
completely messed up.
There it is.
What was that last bit?
I didn't hear the last. Do you have, is that transcribed? Is there captioning going across the...
Yes, she said someone was in the house.
Location of your material?
Someone broke into my house.
You have a
It's
time
like
frame?
completely messed up.
Someone broke into my house. It's like completely messed up.
Yes.
They ransacked the joint.
So that voice you heard at the end, I'm not going to step on anything.
Oh, you're fine. You're a prince of a young man.
It's Olivia Ponton?
Doug, do you say pontoon?
I usually say ponton.
It's Ponton. I can't be pontoon. Her
Sydney
name is Pontoon.
It's a daughter
like
of Sydney-
Shelbyville.
Sydney
2006
Ponton.
world champion with the Cardinals, native of Aruba, friend of the show.
That's right.
Oh, Aruba's nice.
You
Olivia,
been?
No.
Okay.
I've seen pictures.
Yeah. That's good enough. I know Hawaii's nice. I haven't been there.
Yeah. Olivia Ponton discovered, so that's the voice you heard. I believe that was her mother who you heard previous.
Doug, are you familiar with Olivia Pontoon?
Pontoon. Well, apparently she's...
Bob Wagon.
I don't know if she's Joe Burrow's girlfriend or just a person that he hired to watch his house.
Here's what we do know. She is an IMG model. She's a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model.
Okay.
And now, as to why she was there and why she called it her home, I don't have access to the title. There's a part of me that thinks it's not her home, but she was there. And she is a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model. Now, Lisa Ann, friend of the show, who Jackson shared a bed with in Jamaica in January of 2023, said that Jackson had Joe Burrow-like swagger.
Oh.
And so for many of the ladies in our audience, and I would assume there's probably 180,000 local St. Louis women listening to this show right now, they know what Jackson brings to the table, Joe Burrow-like swagger. And if that is the case, then perhaps this Olivia Pontoon is a love interest of Joe Burrow.
Perhaps, yeah. I'd say that's a pretty good guess.
Now, here is the thing that you don't have the nerve to say. She came out as pansexual a couple of years ago.
I didn't have the nerve to say it. I'm glad you did. I wasn't going to. What is pansexual? She likes everything?
Yeah, I don't think they like to put labels
in my
on
house,
things.
we call that sporting.
Anything you can think of, she's up for? Is that what pansexual
That's the
would be?
deal. That's correct, Jackson.
Okay.
Pansexual, is that right?
Yeah, Lando Calrissian, played by the great Billy D. Williams in Star Wars, I believe.
You knew this was going to tie into Lando.
No, I had
I
no
believe
idea.
in the movie from 2018, Solo, he described himself as pansexual. The
Hope
character.
Solo, friend of the show. She used to come in studio all the time.
Is she pansexual?
No, but you said Solo. and I said
gotcha.
Hope Solo.
Oh, a Star Wars story.
The police report says Pontoon is an employee of Joe Burrow, and it's not his longtime girlfriend, Olivia Holzmacher.
Holzknocker? Her last name is Holzknocker?
Holzmacher.
Oh.
Hold on a second now. Now I gotta put my little journalist cap on, and
Yeah.
it's lopsided. There's two different Olivias, and they were both at the house?
I don't know if Holzknocker was there.
Well, was Pontoon there?
Wasn't Pontoon the one on the call?
I believe.
Well, who's Holzknocker, and why is she chirping?
That's his longtime girlfriend.
Oh, Doug, we got a situation.
Even
It's going to be a slobber knocker.
Pac-Man Jones had even claimed that the couple were engaged.
He was the why?
Isn't he the one who always says
He
he's
like
at
at a script
Yeah, he
clubs.
said I like at a script club. That's what he said at the Super Bowl.
He hasn't been on the Bengals in like 10 years.
Well, that doesn't mean he can't weigh in on
Can't have a
Holzknocker.
take.
Well, okay. So Janoris Jenkins tells us to like Daniel Jones is in the relationship via Janoris Jenkins.
However, Burrow and Holzknocker,
That's what it sounds like.
they have not been seen in public together since the latter shared a photo of them in January, leading to rumors online that they may have gone their separate ways.
Oh, is that why he buzzed his hair Slim Shady style?
I can't speak to that. I'll ask Pac-Man.
Yeah, he apparently is the authority on these things.
The FBI is saying these burglaries are the work of transnational South American theft groups.
Yeah, they were saying that with the Mahomes and Kelsey thing that they might have been connected.
They say they're well-organized, sophisticated rings that incorporate advanced techniques and technologies, including pre-surveillance, drones, and signal jamming devices. So they're probably jamming the burglar alarms at these houses.
I mean, if these operations are pretty sophisticated and you know these guys are going to be away from home for hours on these primetime games and you know they don't have added security.
Yeah.
kind of a sit and
Families.
duck. Yeah, well, yeah.
And they say
But I mean, Mahomes has wife and kids. I don't know if that was a game that was in Kansas City and they were at Arrowhead when that one happened. Who would have known, though, that Holzknocker and Pontoon would be hanging out?
No.
Doug, here are some facts regarding Olivia Pontoon.
Didn't her dad invent the boat?
Well, she's from Naples, so she grew up tough.
Possibly, yeah.
Pontoon got her start in social media amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Per USA Today, the Naples High graduate began posting workout videos to occupy her time. 4 years later, she's at Joe Burrow's house when it gets broken into. As an employee, I mean, if she's an IMG model, she probably isn't looking for side work.
Likely, but you never know. You know,
Is that right?
no such thing as too much money.
No, I imagine as a pansexual, she's up for anything, apparently, including Joe and his live-in lover.
What former?
What am I talking about? We were talking about burglaries of homes.
What former St. Louis athlete would you have protect your home?
Nice. That's a
Orlando
good
Pace.
Can we do Mount Rushmore, though?
Yeah, Mount
really
Rushmore.
make it cliche? She is now a social media celebrity, Doug. Pontoon
Okay.
has a
All right.
staggering 2.9 million followers on Insta and 7.6 million on TikTok. She's also a successful model appearing for Calvin Klein, Skims, Love Shack Fancy,
Love Shack Fancy?
and Sports Illustrated, but it's good to know that she's taking on some 1099 work house sitting.
Okay.
Which website seems like the wrong one there? You think she started at Love Shack and then graduated up?
Love Shack, B-52's 1980.
Oh, I
I'm going to say 89 to get me 88 in 1990.
89.
Nice.
Okay.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
Oh, I'd like to hear it.
There it is.
Okay.
They teach that at the University of Missouri Journalism School, at the Medill School at Northwestern, and at the Newhouse School at Syracuse. That is our
Okay.
industry.
Wouldn't you think that all these athletes who make so darn much money will just start to hire private security
Yes.
when they have games?
Yes.
That's right.
Just armed guards outside and inside their house for 4 or 5 hours?
Yeah, probably invest in a panic room. I'd love to have a house with a panic room.
Or maybe a bunch of dogs, big dogs.
No.
Do something.
I'll have a hard pass on that.
Wasn't that the movie with Brie Larson?
Panic Room?
Big
Jodie
dogs?
Foster.
Oh.
That was a David Fincher movie from 2002.
Doug, was that 2002?
Well, we play this clip, or we promote Dwight Yoakam. Dwight Yoakam's in that
We
movie.
promote Dwight Yoakam?
Well, in the commercial breaks, you'll hear Dwight Yoakam.
All right. I didn't know that we had, though.
Well, the royal we. Dwight Yoakam was in Panic Room. He played a character named Raul.
And he's supposed to be well hung, right?
Raul? He was a
Doug?
bus driver. He
I
acted
don't
like he was
know.
feeding
No,
that
Dwight
Panic
Yoakam.
Room.
I'm dead serious about
Really?
that.
He
Somebody will
got
check
cucked
on
in
that.
Wedding Crashers. Got cucked in Wedding Crashers.
Dwight Yoakam?
Mm-hmm. That opening scene, his wife's talking about how she wants to be with somebody else, since Dwight Yoakam is the husband. With Vince Vaughn there.
Is that right?
Yeah, Dwight Yoakam. There's 2 Dwight Yoakam references there.
I'll look into that. Yeah.
I believe Kristen Stewart was also with Jodie Foster in
was.
that one. Thank you. All right, cool.
Forrest
Good movie.
Whitaker.
Good movie. Yeah, great Forrest Whitaker.
Guys, Panic Room was Kristen Stewart. That's from the 618.
Jodie Foster and Kristen Stewart.
They can both be in there.
Yeah. And Jared Leto. Young Jared Leto. He has cornrows. It's wild.
Just looked up Pontoon. Burrow must be an ass man. Thanks. That's from the 618. I'm so lost right now. That's from the 314.
That's the goal.
This is definitely going up on Doug versus Pop Culture on the TMA channels.
Oh,
Volume 2.
3.
Guys, you talking about Brianna Chicken Fry?
Ooh, I wish.
Oh, you're a fan?
I love Brianna Chicken
Do you
Fry.
really?
Yeah. I'll stand for her till the cows come home.
Oh, is that right? You've been active like on social media going after Zach Bryan?
Yeah.
Have you really?
No.
DMing people who have him in the Spotify rap.
Is that another Kentucky Fried Chicken order?
Oh, here we go again.
That's a Burger King reference.
Oh.
Chicken fries. Overrated,
She was the one
honestly.
emotionally abused by that whack-ass country singer.
How about that? Chairman Kurt is
smallest man in the
anti-Zach
world.
Bryan.
Okay.
What do we got going on? We got James Carlton. He presents the Colonel. Colonel's working hard. Yesterday, I watched his podcast on YouTube, and he was so flustered because, guys, I got a lot going on.
He's had to go live like 6 times in the last week.
The Colonel. The season ends, but his season's just beginning. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. Call 314-961-4800. He is my insurance agent, and he has been for 5.5 years. And if you make the call, they will do all the paperwork for you to switch over, and you'll be so happy you did. That's why they have 400 5-star reviews on Google. 400 5-star reviews. People can't believe the quality of service you get from James Carlton and his staff. That's why he has a big staff, to make sure you get great service. They're not going to be shorthanded. They got a big staff. That's the name of the game. That's how they save you money. They're always looking to save you money. I'm so happy I made the switch. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. Send your emails in, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Your thoughts on Brianna Chicken Fry and Olivia Pontoon?
Yeah, and Dwight Yoakam as Raul, the bus driver.
Raul, the bus driver.
Yeah, I'm lost too.
See if you can email in and win Cardinal tickets. That's a prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, coming up at 10:45. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. This is the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn. Chairman Kurt. Jackson Burkett Martin had to leave for onboarding. He says he's hoping to complete it by the end of the year.
They still don't have his paperwork wrapped up.
It's a process.
It's been a month and a half.
You can send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. It's coming your way at 10:45. And you're getting away Cardinal tickets for today's prize. Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? Well, it's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? And the answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hide and will prevent your facility from having hide fires.
Oh, gosh.
You like that vocal fry?
Yeah, it's very nice.
Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. Chairman Kurt, did you send out a picture or a video of Doug getting his Santa suit for tomorrow night's TMA Christmas party and toy drive at
Little teaser.
Hot Shots in South County? Brand new Hot Shots. I hear great things. I can't wait to go.
Just a little teaser.
All right. Well, Little Beer Cats just texted in. Just saw Doug's got his suit. Can't wait to sit on that lap with a winking emoji.
No, we're not going to do that. I don't believe these guys need to sit on my lap, do they?
That's being promoted. If you listen to the station, they're promoting Santa Doug.
Oh,
Santa
gosh.
baby. That's what they're singing.
Well,
when
some of these guys are big, heavy, beefy tradesmen. I don't want to hurt my legs or anything.
I have a pad.
Have you?
Yeah, we're going to make them weigh in first. If they're above
Okay.
a certain threshold,
All right.
they got to sit on the pad.
What's the threshold?
265.
Oh, gosh.
Wreck me, Doug.
We got breaking news.
Yeah,
Apparently- hold on a second. We got a situation in which, if you're listening on the app, TMA All Day is playing on the 101 ESPN app.
No. It would be on the TMA STL app. Sound stories going on there, so we had to flip back.
So what's going on? Doug, what's going on?
I don't know.
So yeah, I'll give the brief description because actually my dad texted me about it too. I know.
No.
So we simulcast.
They are unhappy in the text inbox. I mean, they are raging.
Yeah, because it's the only place you can listen, of course. There's only 100 other places.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, I'm just being like, come on now. We simulcast TMA on 101 ESPN on 105.7 HD2. That goes on through our old studio. In order to use our old studio for sound stories, you have to turn off the 101 stream and flip it back to TMA All Day. It's the only option we have right now. So for the last half hour of this show, TMA All Day is playing on the TMA app. If you still want to listen to TMA on 101 ESPN, you can use the 101 ESPN app sponsored by Schaefer Door Company. You can go on the YouTube stream, either TMA STL or 101 ESPN. Plenty of options in that case.
Allison, is it, Doug, do you say Heaterman? Hederman?
I would say
What's up,
Headerman.
Allison?
Oh, wow.
For real?
Kurt. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good people.
It might be developing. Says the app's playing old segments.
Right, so the TMA STL app would be playing.
I'm listening on the app. What the hell's going on?
Oh, come on, Jackson.
So should I have had, so what should I have done? No, someone tell me.
I think we did exactly what we needed to do.
Oh, did we?
I'm well aware.
Y'all were pissy when this went awry last time. We fixed it. Now you're pissy again.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna take it.
No, I can
Chairman
see where you're
Kurt
not.
and Jackson said they've had enough, and enough has had enough of them, Doug. It's time for war.
I hate war. Eleanor hates war, and I hate Eleanor.
Oh.
Send your emails in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Coming up, Cardinal tickets being given away. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues win last night in overtime. Off tonight. Back in action tomorrow night as they take on the San Jose Sharks. You can catch that game right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN, pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, I just glanced up at the YouTube chat, and Hoosier Daddy said it might be time for the board op to take some tech classes so he can fix simple problems.
Oh, gosh.
What are you going to do, I guess?
Are you going to talk to the insatiable Craig Rutledge about this?
There's no...
If he's not busy doing something else.
Trying to satisfy his needs.
Boy, just foot in mouth. There's no problem to fix. I did everything right.
Why is he so insatiable, though? Just testosterone, I guess?
I messed up. That I messed up on. I did not mess up on switching over. I mean, that's literally the only option. So I guess what are you going to do?
We have a wonderful email of the day coming up with these Cardinal tickets, and I want to make sure we have a proper amount of time. So we will have a very quick segment here, Doug. And
okay.
Then we will come back.
See if we can
Do I
fix
have something I need to tell people? Yeah, Design Air, the sponsor of the email of the day. That's Seth Goldcamp. He's the longest running sponsor on TMA. Doug, you were checking the forecast. How do you do, friends? It's going to be in the 20s.
Yeah,
That's what we got. We just got to deal with it. And then next week, possibility of some snow. There's going to be precipitation over the weekend. The key is it looks like it's going to be in the 50s, so maybe it won't be snow. But either way, you run into problems with your heating system, go to designairservice.com. That's designairservice.com. You're working with the longest running sponsor, somebody we know personally, and Doug, Martin, and I are all clients of Design Air Heating and Cooling. Sponsor of our email today, Seth's fourth generation, no upselling. They fix it, and then they move on. That's how they earn your business for the long run. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor of our email today. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. How about this, Doug?
Hold on.
Jackson's drop auditor, he's been very critical of Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
And the YouTube chat says, real talk, America has always been great. God bless America. How about that?
Well, that's nice. And it's true.
And then also in the YouTube chat from Who's Your Daddy, the lack of motivation to fix the app is appalling.
Well, that can be true, too. Two things
The
can be
app
true
isn't
at once.
broken. The other option to what is going on right now is the sound story playing over the TMA all day stream.
Don't want
so
that.
there's just, I'm sorry, no other it's not a problem.
It is appalling per Who's Your Daddy.
What's appalling? That I did my job
won't
correctly?
Fix the darn thing.
It's not broken.
Okay.
God.
This is like Mazalek at the winter meetings.
I need you remember the Key and Peele sketch where
Doug, do you remember the Key and Peele sketch?
I have no
Obama
idea.
had the angry translator, Luther the angry translator. That's what I feel like right now. I need one of those guys. It's a great sketch. People should go look that one up.
We're giving away Cardinal tickets for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email. Hey, Chairman, it looks like a lot of new contenders tried to get through the filter.
So many emails today.
Yeah, I mean,
the ones in the filtered file is a third of what came in total.
how about that?
They want the tickets.
They want the tickets. TMA has your shot to score a 5-game Cardinal Sunday ticket pack for the 2025 season. That's what we're giving away, 5-game ticket pack. This 5-game pack includes tickets to 5 Sunday Fun Day afternoon games, including a matchup with the Yankees and more. Cardinal ticket packs go on sale tomorrow, but you can text in or email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day to win. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Find all the details for Cardinal ticket packs now at Cardinals.com/holiday. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got 11 minutes for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Let's do it.
Okay.
Does it feel good when the warm drizzle from my kidneys makes its way
come on.
into your panty?
That's how it starts. That's the leadoff hitter.
Tough fortress to get into today, Doug.
I finished up my helmet nacho filled to the brim with meats, cheeses, and pork gravy before deciding to hit a rail off the fella next to me's crank. I'll tell you what, that guy did not have a bris, Jackson.
Even put a pronunciation in there for you.
Yeah, that was. I know a Gentile's going to be reading it, so I'm going to put a pronouncer
circumcision.
in there. Yep. I kicked open the bathroom door at the TWA Dome, and immediately the smell of simmering sloppy Joe Brown stung my nostril.
Okay.
I chased that scent into the extra wide stall, the one that has both the arm rails for hefties to cling onto for leverage.
Hefties.
As well as the baby changing station that has been reinforced with tungsten to ensure that any jackhammering doesn't snap the hinges clear off, Doug.
That's about enough.
A little bit more.
I could tell the meat had been brined with asparagus because by the time I slurped it from the bowl, I could sense the topsoil in my mouth.
Okay, that's plenty.
Topsoil.
Is this Deke Dotem? This is Deke Dotem.
No, it's not. It's Tunnels 12,006. And he says he's the senior boy editor of the Chandler Hill Gazette.
See the
Tunnels,
tagline?
12,006.
Does he have letters?
He's a man of letters.
Yeah.
This was sent to my personal email address, and then I forwarded it to Chairman Curtin. I didn't know if it would make it into the filtered file. It did. First time, long time. I've been racking my brain trying to come up with what to say because you only get one chance to make a first impression.
That's right.
With that being said, I want to talk about piercings in the 10 o'clock hour dais. I can't get the thought of Chairman Kurt frolicking around with pierced nips and a fishnet tank top out of my head. Don't ask me why, but I'm not upset about it. I'd love to hold my baby boy Jackson in my arms to comfort him as he gets his ear piercing sweet and sassy. Tim, just tell me where you're pierced and I'm ready. I love the taste of metal.
No.
And finally, Doug, while all those things get me going, the thing I most look forward to is your Prince Albert. My can?
What in the world?
Stay sweet, boys. That's from MD 2020.
Do we have any decent emails today?
Got a bunch of them here.
Tickets.
Boys, first-time emailer and a long-time listener. I lost touch for some time, but I'm back and I need help catching up. Does Prod Joe still wear white pant? Does Doug still have a grievance with the utility company? Do you still attend spring training and play 3 hours of the wind? Does Doug still have a cute butt? Is Tim still great? Is Timberfake still with us? Is this Jackson guy the new Prod Joe? Non-gay, Willie, Plowboy, Iggy, the guy with the MBA, etc.? Does Buck Swope still have a secret plan? Do you remember that guy who would call in under multiple names and characters? One being a gay interior designer from Chicago or New York? Is Biff still a horny old? Has Dotem been freed? That's all for now. That's from Tube Sock.
Okay. Tube Sock. He's new.
What's up, fellas? I logged into the TMA YouTube chat seeing Libby Jack wearing the blue sunglasses that Jamie Rivers purchased for the fast lane. Those aren't for you, pal! If you're going to wear those sunglasses, your SportsCenter updates shouldn't be about the NBA Cup. Talk about the Blues OT win. Rivers will never let you back on after a Marsh Gauntlet loss. It's okay, Jackie Poo. We still support you as the third best producer at the station. Mary Chrysler, that's from Droid Effects.
Droid.
You guys should see what it looks like in these. Oh my God, it's
Look at those sunglasses.
Oh, it's so
Look at
wild.
that guy. He looks like Tom Cruise, doesn't he?
Get nauseous wearing
A lot of
these.
swagger, fella.
Happy Hump Day, lads. I've been narrowing down my favorite parts of the show, switching over to 101 ESPN. It has to be hitting coach Chief Chris, who wants the team to hit pitches from their chest pubes down to their beanbag. The 101 phone lines open up an invitation to every Tom, Dick, and Harry with an opinion. Chief Chris Amansky clearly has opinions that the masses need to hear. He knows a hitter when he sees one. And one Arenado swing on a subpar Cardinal team showed the high chief that we need to keep his aging all-star anywhere we can on the diamond. While Ollie Marmol and Mo keep making jokes about the Cardinals on MLB Network, Chief Bats with Chest Chris is the real war room trying to figure out how to save this storied franchise. Cheers, that's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
George Washington, 1867. Wasn't he gone by 1867?
That was at the right at the end of his run.
No.
You don't know that, though.
I doubt he made it to the turn of the century, did he?
You got to read more books.
Okay.
Wasn't he gone in 1789?
I thought it was something like that.
If you know the exact year that Washington died, I'd be very impressed.
1799.
1799.
67.
George Washington, 1867. Father, I cannot tell a lie. I cut down the cherry tree. You know who would have not cut it down in the first place? Tim McKernan. He cares about people and the environment. You know who doesn't? Jackson Burkett. The Rose Bowl pomp team sends a whopping 1,500 roses for the event, wasting thousands of gallons of watering pesticides, killing every innocent insect for miles. Nice. I read an article that said they even torture puppies for the amusement of the plant persons. But this email's about the first time I saw a guy satisfy another man.
Oh.
My buddy Jimmy's dad was working his gig at the Star Wars themed county fair. So hot, so his Lando Calrissian cape had him sweating profusely, and so was my buddy Butchie.
Oh.
Next thing you know, I look over and Butchie had nope.
We don't need this. We don't need it. This is a serious email competition.
It's from Hugh.
Hugh.
That he has a middle name of Munn, and then a confirmation name of Gus, and then his last name is Dunker.
Well, I'll leave out the middle names. Huge don't care is his name.
It was so nice to see our old friends Plowsy and Iggy active on the TMA fan page this week. Their unhinged social media interactions made me ponder what those two wild cards have been doing with their lives. At this point, it wouldn't surprise me to learn that both members of the Renters Roundtable are currently living in your old studio, hiding out from John Kiowski like Huck Finn and Tom Sawyer. Iggy's probably in there grumbling about Mike Tirico for old time's sake as we speak. Rumor has it if you walk past that tiny blue closet on dark and stormy nights, you can almost hear a mysterious voice whisper, "Hey kiddo, try on this culturally insensitive souvenir t-shirt I got you." Was that simply the wind howling, or was it the distant memory of elderly nostrils whistling like a tornado siren, which still echoes through the Hubbard halls while the world's most powerful urinals flush nearby? Talk about spooky. Dear Pepper and Jeannie, if you're listening, we miss you. We'll never forget the single chapter of the Breezeway Chronicles that Ken so proudly wrote in size 38 font at the time Darren became visibly aroused right in the middle of his church's 8th grade Christmas play. Gone, but not forgotten. Rest in peace, fellas. That's from the JV golf coach, two-time listener of the month.
JV golf coach.
And finally, following yesterday's email of the day debacle, Don Mattingly said it makes him think that Matt Eberflus is in that body and managing the clock there. Libby Jack wants to put little kids in charge of calling timeouts for grown-ass NFL coaches, but yesterday, his 26-year-old ass was too shy to call a timeout for an effing radio show. Fortunately for Tunnels 12,000 at the channel, Chandler Hill Gazette and the JV golf coach, but unfortunately for the rest of us trying to win Cardinals tickets. Libby Jack didn't call for a timeout until 10:57. What's that? You had a guest in studio and Martin wouldn't stop talking because he's inclined to just run out the clock indefinitely, having never stuck around for a full show before? Oh, Godfather, I don't know what to do. You can act like a man!
Oh, yeah.
We needed a veteran producer like Prod Joe to man up and let the host know they needed to get on with it, mother effers. I had composed a delectable email about how the Cardinals' lame duck GM, who got to keep his job despite being largely responsible for the organization's failures, was on TV trolling the underqualified manager that he handpicked 3 years ago with a lame comedy routine, mocking the pathetic state of the rotation. He's a horse's ass for doing that!
Oh.
It's all good, though, Libby Jack. No hard feelings for prematurely ending my consecutive email streak that spanned 4 months. I know you got a lot on your mind thinking up new ways to troll the audience with SportsCenter updates focused on NBA ankle injuries, looking for Fran Brown audio that you saved in the wrong folder, not to mention all the time you spend daydreaming about the insatiable Craig Rutledge. Doug, that's from Buck Swope, and that's
Buck
what we
Swope
have.
with a nice little email.
Heating and cooling email of the day.
Well, he wasn't vile or anything. He just got right to it. I'm voting for Buck Swope.
I think I'm starting to fall for that senior boy editor from the Chandler Hill Gazette.
Oh, are you?
Tunnels 12,006 gets my vote.
Oh, gosh, no.
He was sharpshooting me left and right, but he was really good. Buck Swope.
Buck Swope is going to the Cardinal game.
All right, that makes
Buck
sense.
Swope is one, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Mug and S sponsor the 10 o'clock hour here on TMA online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com, or the secret number they set up for the audience, 314-252-0029. That's Mug and S St. Louis Acura, Mug and S Burkhardt, Alton Toyota with Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Mug and S and their entire staff that takes such great care of the TMA audience. So much so that they give out a number specific for the audience, 314-252-0029. Even if you didn't get your car from Mug and S, you can get your car serviced at Mug and S. stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. It's Mug and S. St. Louis Acura, Mug and S Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Miss any of the show? Go back and watch it on YouTube, or you can stream it via the 101 ESPN app or the TMA STL app. Download them both. You get the program anytime you want in podcast. Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the apps. Time for us to go. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.